some money and neither one of you have anything and you build $300 million together, you deserve half. But Johnny was $300 million in when they met. And I'm quite sure she knew. And Johnny, hey, I'm Johnny. She was like, I know who you are, motherfucker. And they got married, broke up, shit didn't work out, and then he had to give $150 million of his money. And don't get me wrong, ladies, I know a lot of housewives sitting out there going, well, you can't put a price on what I do. But ladies, if you marry a man with $300 million, you ain't no regular housewife. You ain't got to clean the house no more. You get a maid. You ain't cleaning shit. You marry a man with $300 million, you ain't cooking no more. You eating out. You marry a man with $300 million, you know how a lot of housewives got to get jobs on the side to help make ends meet? He got $300 million, the ends are meeting like a motherfucker. What you gonna do, get a job at a boutique on the weekends and shit? Say, here, Johnny, I made $70. Put that with the rest. Now we have $370 because I want to do my share. No. All you have to do, you marry a man with $300 million, is fuck your husband. That's it. That's your job. Fuck your husband. That's it. That's just fuck your husband. You fill out a W-2. They say, what you do? You say, I fuck my husband. That's it. And I've had my share of pussy. I have yet. Even if the pussy was great and sparks shot out the woman's ass and cannons bled and the mountains crumbled and the seas roared, no pussy is worth $150 million. No pussy. So be careful. Don't get caught in the trap. Any woman can get any man she wants. If she puts her mind and pussy to it, they can have you.
There we go. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I had it changed. I don't know what the fuck happened. We are very simple creatures. we are simple creatures, ladies and gentlemen. We are very simple creatures. Eddie Murphy was a man ahead of his time. He knew things. Of course, he did grow up in a whorehouse. So we got to give him that. But Eddie Murphy, he knew things. He knew what was up. He knew what was up. Welcome in, everybody. It's going to be a great night. Tonight, it's debate night. Assuming we get enough people here. I don't know if we're going to get enough people here. You know, we've had, it's a busy night. Andrew's over there debating Enemy Charlie. You know, he was debating. He's debating Enemy Charlie. He was whooping that ass when I left. You know, he was whooping it. She didn't know it, but he was. It's over there on whatever. It's a good show. It's a good show. I was watching that earlier. So I've been poking around the internet. I was watching Trippy Cast for a little bit. He's got some pretty rad shit going on. You know, he's got a lot of stuff happening, snapping. So yeah, that was cool. That was cool. Enemy Charlie. I like Enemy Charlie, to be honest with you. I think that Enemy Charlie has a lot of potential to be a good human being. She just doesn't bother doing it. I mean, I think she thinks she's a good human being. So, according to Confluence, the wine doesn't flow good. Well, okay. Yeah. John Denver was kind of full of shit, wasn't he? He was. He was kind of full of shit. He really was. I mean, you know, hard to be, too tough on him. I mean, he did die, but that's all right. It's okay. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll have a debate night. We'll have to get some more people here. Send out all of your feelers. Tell everybody we're live. Go go harass your friends, your enemies, your sworn opposition. Tell them to come on over, and we'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. Otherwise, I'll just fuck off for a couple hours, and then we'll go. We'll call it a night. Because I got to be honest with you guys, kind of tired. I'm just about peopled out. My wife had a gathering, a party, if you will. today, and it's just a gaggle of women in the house. It was me, my two sons, a couple other little kids I didn't know, my father-in-law, and somebody's unfortunate husband were the only men in the house. It's a gaggle of women, from little tiny ones to great big tall, great grown up ones, to normal size. What's up, Landon? How are you, sir? Over there in the Twitch side. Good to see you. A gaggle of women. I wonder why they call them a gaggle. So, and I'll try and recover from the mass amount of estrogen that was in my house today. Be honest with you, I'm a little tired. Also, I'm putting together all the gear for Friday. That's right. The noble rooster stands alone. Alone, I tell you. Atop a mountain of hens. And they were cackling, let me tell you. So I'm just as happy to call it a night and go the fuck back inside and go to bed. I didn't sleep a ton the past couple of nights. My wife has been my wife had to get up in the middle of the night, something with her mother. My wife gets up, I get up. And then last night I just didn't sleep very well. So go round up all the people, tell them we're going to have a good time over here. The title, obviously, tonight was Leave Your AI at the Door. As a matter of fact, I ought to spam this. I bet people don't even know I'm live. Hey, stand by. We'll see if we can't get some more people in here. I upgraded the Discord to the top level today, just for the fuck of it. And Josie's going to trick it out. We're going to get spinning wheels and chrome and wheel spats and all kinds of cool shit. We're going to get tricked the fuck out. So yeah, so we're going to make some shit happen. But I got to be honest, guys, I'm no lie. I'm on the side of I could just as easily call it a night. Could just as easily call it a night. Wouldn't hurt my feelings. I think part of it is I'm getting tired of all the infighting and the sniping and the bullshit. That's probably the biggest part of it. That shit it's just such a fucking drag, Like, look, a little bit of razzing here and there and a bunch of other nice, a little bit of drama here and there. That's totally fine. But what's going on right now is it's getting out of hand. I don't do karaoke, baby. I don't care how much money you send in. I don't do karaoke. I can't sing. I can't dance. I'm a white man. I can't sing. I can't dance. That's what's up. I'm actually ready for DebateCon so that I can do everything in person in real time, and I can kind of get a break from it's only a 1 day break, and I won't even actually be getting a break from streaming because I'll be obviously be streaming the debates live, but I just think I'll just have more, I'll have a lot more fun, right? But yeah, it's kind of wearing on me, guys. It's kind of wearing on me. You know, shit like I'm rolling around a little while ago and there was somebody doing a review of 10th Man and Rob, I guess, last night on Speakeasies. There was no argument there. Nothing against 10th Man. 10th Man's not really a debater guy, you know. He's a contrarian, you know, he'll argue with you, but he's not really a debater guy. That's fine. Not everybody's a debater guy. But dude, it's the fuck was that? It was quite interesting. It was an interesting noise. Anyway. But are they master debaters? I don't know, Alley Cat. I don't know. Anyway, so 10th Man, you know, I think 10th Man went up to kind of challenge Rob, and in his mind, he had Rob flustered, I guess is the word that he would use. I don't know. Agitated, maybe. I don't know. But Rob doesn't get flustered like that. I think it's interesting how many people think that Rob is flustered when he's just responding and now the one thing is I don't think Rob really matches energy. If you escalate, he will escalate a little more. So he actually he you know, it's like this with Rob, right? You go here, he goes here. Just a little more. Just a little bit. Right? And so it I think it can kind of come off in a, you know, you can view it in a very specific manner. But I don't think it's accurate. So if you haven't seen them yet, the clips from a couple of weeks ago when I was on Primes, last time I was on Primes, probably maybe the last time I was on Prime Kai, when he tried to lecture me about business that he doesn't know jack shit about, right? Like this is a kind of, I mean, it's just getting to me, I think, a little bit, because Prime Kai is absolutely wrong about what he's talking about. He's like, well, you know, and this is his entire premise. If you go look at it, but this is his entire premise during this soliloquy that he throws out as kind of a topic. His entire premise is that private equity, PE, will buy a company, front load in a bunch of profit by taking out a lot of loans. Now, I didn't really go into because he spurgs so much that it was useless to try and have a rational discussion with him. You can see me try, it just doesn't work. Because he'll just keep saying, no, I'm not done, because he has to keep layering on a bunch of bullshit to make it seem like he knows what he's talking about. But the point is that, so if you're buying a business, right, a factory or something like that, and let's say it's a $10 billion or $10 million, $20 million business. Well, first of all, you're not getting an SBE loan. It's not going to be 10 or 20% down. It's going to be a minimum of 40 and probably closer to 60% buyer cash up front. Okay. And so, and you can, the bank will loan you like the last 40%. But when you try to explain that to Prime, he doesn't get it. Like he thinks it's like getting a car loan. You put down 10% and that's it. Right. So at any rate, so Prime then tries to say that the PE company would sell off the valuable things, any kind of assets, vehicles, vehicle fleets, buildings, machinery, whatever, and basically gut the business and then walk away, leaving leaving the bank holding the bag. Well, so that's fraud. And I kept telling him it was fraud. It's insane to think that, because in any deal like this, the bank gets paid first. If you sell something if you sell off anything of the business, the bank gets paid first, right? If you close business, the bank gets paid first. If you don't do that, just prepare to be in court for a very long time for fraud. And if you have investors, like most PE does, most PE is a group of investors of some kind. If you are that, if you have a group of investors, then you're going to get sued from multiple places. And so Prime's entire premise is this weird leftist socialist like idea of how they think private equity works. And I kept telling him he was wrong. I kept telling him, like, look, even if you could do that, which I don't think you can, but even if you did do it, you would be committing fraud. And first of all, you'd be in court a long time, and you might go to jail, right? Like, and he's like, no. PE companies do this all the time. They do this. They leverage. They use leverage to in these buyouts, and he kept calling it a leveraged buyout, which was just dumb as fuck.
He watched too much Pretty Woman.
I think, but that could have been it. That could have been it. I mean, it was the dumbest. It was literally like I just couldn't believe it. And so once he started realizing that I was going to just destroy his ass, he wouldn't call on me anymore. He wouldn't let me speak.
Well, and to be fair, Grid, like, most people don't know how private equity actually works, right?
Right.
Most people aren't in the top 1% of asset holders, right? And that's kind of where you have to be.
Sure. But okay, fair enough. But when I tried to explain to him why what he was talking about is not how things work, he would not let me finish a thought. Like he would, no, but I'm not done. And I'm like, what the fuck? Let me know when you're done. And he would stop speaking, and I would go, okay, now here we go. What you're talking about is fraud. No, I'm not done yet. I got to add this part. And I'm like, fuck, dude, come on, man. You're just dumb as fuck. Did I see that New Jersey had 500,000 new voters this last election? No, but I'm not surprised. I mean, a lot of people moved out of New York. A lot. And one of the places they moved was to New Jersey. I don't know if 500,000 of them moved, but
yeah,
maybe.
Well, I mean, my dad always said when I was a kid that you got to vote every time because the Democrats vote twice. So. Oh,
that's funny, and oddly, I think that's true. Although we do have a Democrat in the crowd, at least one in the crowd tonight. The Voided Hornet is here for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, nobody's perfect. It's okay.
Right. I actually played golf yesterday with a Democrat, and the guy was like, I think he said he was 72 years old. He had been in the insurance business his entire life, and corporate mostly, but I don't think he like sold insurance, right? He was a corporate office guy. And we got to talking about how I was going to buy a glass company earlier this year, and we just couldn't make the deal work, right? Like they increased the price by $1 million just for the fuck of it and whatever. So anyway, while we were talking about it, he's like, I know it's not the same thing, but when he said, when I was in insurance back in the late 70s and 80s, the markup on auto glass was 400%. And I'm sure it still is. And you think about that. So when you pay your $50 deductible or $150 deductible for your glass breakage, you've just paid for the glass. You didn't pay the deductible. You just paid for the glass, and your premiums are all going to nothing anyway. So insurance is the best racket out there. It's the largest group of organized crime in the world.
Aren't you the one that said that owning a body shop is a license to print money?
It is, but being in the insurance business is a license to just just be organized crime forever.
Well, yeah, that's the way that's the way it's set up, right? Because all the regulations that create those massive barriers to entry for those organizations. I mean, the government's made it so hard for there to be an actual free market in insurance because the way they regulate it.
Well, so the interesting thing is that when I was in high school in Tennessee, you did not have to have automobile insurance at all.
Yeah.
And now, obviously, if you crashed into something, like I crashed through a fence, I had to pay for the fence and I had to fix my car. It wasn't that bad. But, it was a little bit of money. Took me a few months to, work a few extra shifts here and there to pick up the bucks. But I made it work, right? And I had to go out on the weekend and fix this farmer's fence and shit like that.
When I was a kid, I had an old timer tell me, I was 18. This guy told me that they used to do something called bonding for auto insurance, where you didn't have to have insurance through a provider. You could do like a surety bond sort of a deal.
I think that's what my parents had on their cars. Because I don't remember. I was obviously I couldn't. I was 17 or 18, right? I couldn't do it. But anyway, so when I was in my early 20s, the state passed a law that said that you had to have at a minimum uninsured and some other coverage. And it was cheap, it wasn't that much, but everybody had to have it. And all of a sudden there were insurance companies on every fucking street corner. Yeah, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic, but not by much. I mean, it was crazy because before that, there were like 5 insurance companies, really, like State Farm, Farmers, Allstate. Which one's The Rock? Nationwide? Is it Nationwide? It's The Rock. Which one's The Rock? Is that maybe?
But the only thing I remember that was The Rock was Prudential.
Prudential, yeah, that's what. So there was like 5 or 6 actual insurance companies. Yeah, Geico wasn't here. Prudential, thank you. Yeah. And so, and then Mutual of Omaha, right? So Mutual of Omaha didn't do car insurance; they did health insurance. But the insurance but once they passed a law, it was like every fucking block had a damn insurance office on it, and because then now everybody had to have at least uninsured motorist and something else, liability. So it was crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So I've been, I've always thought that insurance was kind of stupid, but now I literally think of insurance as organized crime. I actually, and I don't know why I'm talking about insurance while I'm waiting for people to fill up, but why not?
Have you posted the link? I didn't see a link.
I did. I threw it over in the Grid One chat. What's up, Kel? What's up? Less than 3 Entertainment. Welcome, Mike Ball. Welcome to everyone who came in. I am being very boring right now. I'm sorry. It sucks to be here with me. And
where is the link? I don't see it, Grid.
It's in the. Did I not put it there? It's in the stream alerts, right? Yeah, it's right there. Stream alerts. Oh, you mean the link for people to come up?
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah. Mike Balls is right. The insurance is the only industry that does their absolute best to not do their jobs. Absolutely right. Absolutely. And I have to do a couple of things here. So, but let me go ahead and paste this link. You guys can start coming up. If you want, that's totally cool. You don't have to, though. You don't have to.
Emmett's setting up a relationship panel, one of those dating talk things. I'm gonna be on it, Grid, because I'm a relationship expert.
Mm. Yeah, he wanted me to do those every Wednesday night. The problem is there's a couple of problems with it for me, but other than that, it's fine. Hey, what's up, Kissy Cat? I hope you're doing well. I've noticed that you haven't been around a lot lately, so I'm glad to see you out there. So,
yeah, she's a She's a trooper, man. She was over on Emmett's, really supporting him on his karaoke today. She's Kissy Cat, like she like single handedly supports like half a dozen content creators. I mean, it's amazing what she does.
Yeah.
She's savage.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. So I put the link out there. Let me go ahead and pin that. And then while I have it up, guys, this is the link. If you're coming to my event at DebateCon, go click this link, the Eventbrite link. Go there. You buy a ticket for $0 so that I know how many people are going to be here. The caterers Friday, the caterers were ruthless. They were absolutely ruthless. And they want to know how many people, they want to know a lot of stuff that I don't have answers to. So we're doing this so that I know how many people are going to be there and I can get the food right and all of that stuff. So let's, just click the link, go over, register. You can use your screen name if you want to. I don't know. I haven't actually gone through the process of doing it, but it helps me out, and we'll get in there. Kissy Cat, I understand. We ain't mad. It's nice if you can support, but it's not. It's certainly not required. Exactly. Money isn't what matters. Although I'm going to be, to be honest, my time is worth money, and I'm actually probably going to quit doing the daytime streams unless something something drastic happens after DebateCon, and going forward from that, I'm probably going to stop doing the daytime streams, and I may drop down to just Wednesday and Friday, because I've got airplanes that aren't getting built. I've got I got a lot of stuff I can be doing that streaming is taking me away from, and it's not putting any money in the bank at the moment. So it's just it's the way it is. It's all good. Nobody's clicking that link, and that's okay. Back to the insurance stupidity. So we would have race car, when we would rent the race car drivers, we would actually have to, we didn't have to, but a lot of the guys wanted race car insurance because they didn't want to crash our car and get a bill for 50 grand, right? Or 60 grand. But the on-track insurance for like the cheap cars, the touring cars, was $5,000 a weekend. And I don't remember what the deductible was because I never actually did it, but it was $5,000. It didn't cover wheels, graphics, and something else. It wouldn't cover. There were specific things that they did not cover, but they would cover everything else. And so and when you think about it, it's $5,000 for 3 days, right? But if you actually crashed on course and rode off a $70,000, $80,000, $100,000 car, all of a sudden that $5,000 doesn't seem that important, right?
Yeah.
Even if you had like a $10,000 deductible or something. So we actually offered that. And the other thing, the same company provided our transport insurance from the shop to the track. And when the cars were in the shop. And one of the coverages that I declined it was $600 a year. I remember this because it was just the weirdest fucking thing ever. One of the coverages that I declined was terrorism insurance. Right? Like if I somehow got caught in a terrorist event, then I would be covered. But
yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck? And they're like, yeah, do you want it or not? And I'm like, it's a $600 rider. And I'm like, are you kidding me? People buy that shit? I'm like, oh yeah, lots of times, you know. And I'm like, that's insane, man. No, I don't want that. And you have to get really nitpicky about this stuff because, like, it was one policy for while the cars were physically in the shop or on our property. It was another the minute we put them in the trailer. That was an entirely different policy. Right? Like, it was entirely different. The minute the cars got in the trailer and started down the road, there was an entirely different policy, different rules, different everything. And I think that insurance got to be really expensive after I got out of it, because they had like a rash of cars that would burn in trailers, like probably 5 or 6 trailers caught on fire, burning, you know, and we would have 3 vehicles in the trailer. So it was pretty crazy. Yeah. Mr. Alley Cat says, even if you took the insurance and some event happened, they wouldn't pay out. Yeah, because how do I prove it's terrorism? Right? Like, how do I prove that? Like, you imagine how long you'd have to wait for it to be ruled a terrorist event. But yeah, I declined the terrorism insurance, but it was offered. It was offered. So it was very interesting to me. But yeah, so I was dealing with the security guards today. The guys that I had all lined up, they've gone dark, which means they're off doing God's work somewhere far away. And so I had to hire some new guys, and I was talking to them today, and they're like, hey, we're going to help you out here. Do not, yeah, EOD, we'll talk about that, buddy. I got your message. We'll talk about that. So I'm talking to the security guy today, and he's like, hey, let me line out which of my guys is going to work with me. Cause the dude that owns the company, he doesn't own the company, but he contracts with all these different guys. And he says, let me figure out who I want to work with, and we'll get it together. He's like, but we'll just sign a contract individually, and then their insurance covers them during the event. Right. So if something happens and, they get injured or something, they're covered under their own insurance. They said, if you have to do it and get insurance for the event, it's going to be like massive. It's going to be massive if you try and cover us for your event. And I appreciated that. Today. I was like, all right, you guys kind of looking out for me a little bit. So I'm sure he gets a kickback from the insurance company, but in this one case, he's not gonna. So there it is. Got it. Wow, that's crazy. I'll have to look into some of this stuff. I don't believe all of it. Nobody's coming up. It's weird. The link is pinned, right? Yep, it's pinned.
Yeah, it's pinned. It's just, you got low counts tonight because there's a lot of the people that are tangential to your stream.
Oh yeah, everybody
are live right now, and they're doing stuff, and yeah. It's entertaining, and whatever. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Andrew's wiping the floor with Enemy Charlie, as predictable, which is predictable. I should say it's not as predicted. It is predictable that he would do that.
I don't know, man. I'm starting to turn on Andrew a little bit. That Def Knot's really convincing me that his arguments are bad.
Well, Def Knot's entire arguments are bad, so I can't get on board there. The ridiculousness of her internal critique video was like I can't even listen to you anymore. Like, that's dumb.
Oh wow. Well, I guess I saw something totally different. I thought she was the second best channel on YouTube, right behind you.
Well, she must be really far behind.
Oh yeah. because
no, there's no way. The I don't know. The discussion that she has around the internal critique, she doesn't even, I mean, she says she doesn't actually even understand how to do an internal critique, but then she criticizes somebody for doing an internal critique that is doing a proper internal critique. Not that there is such a thing as a proper internal critique, because, you know, what does that really mean? Either it's good or it's not good, right?
well, an internal critique is good if it's effective, right? Like there was one time when you had that non-fun guy on your channel, and I did a sort of quasi internal critique with him on his economic belief structure.
Yeah.
And that was somewhat effective, I thought. But like you can do an internal critique, but if the person's not being receptive, answering your questions, and cooperating, you know, they can stifle you pretty easily.
Right. Well, actually, that happened to me over on actually happened to me over on the modern day debate thing that I did with Rob Knorr. When I was trying to do an internal critique, I was trying to and this is the frustrating thing about 2v2 debates. I was trying to internal critique Craig because I knew I could tear Craig's, or Greg, whatever it was. I knew I could tear his entire worldview on this apart by doing an internal critique. But Max kept answering the questions with such ridiculous nonsense that eventually Rob had to step in and say, "You're just being a dumbass. You're just being a dumbass, and you're avoiding the question. You're not answering anything, you know." And I was like, "Well, thanks, Rob. I would have gotten there eventually. I was at least trying. I was giving him an opportunity." It just, I don't know. But you're right. Neither of those guys. I mean, I think Greg would have actually, he would have engaged if Max hadn't been there trying to. You know, he was falling on that grenade hardcore, and he kept relying on his. I don't understand what you mean. What did you mean? What does that? What are you saying? No, that's not what you're saying. I'm like,
yes, structured 2 versus 2 debates are difficult. Like it's hard enough in a 1v1 because you have to worry about what your argument is, what the argument of your opponent is,
sure,
how you respond to their argument, and how they're responding to your argument, right? So there's really 4 things that you're thinking about, or at least the way that I think of them. And when you have a 2v2, you've got that times 4, right?
Right.
And then you have to worry about like how your argument is impacting your teammate's argument and whether or not it's compatible.
Well, right. And that's exact. So before the debate, Rob and I actually, you know, we had a phone call together, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm going to," and he's like, "Hey, I have this whole argument in a box." He's like, "I've done this so many times. I've got all the dates. I have all the information." And I'm like, "Yeah, Rob, 100%. You are the guy for all the stats, all the numbers, and you know, all of the nitpicky points that people are going to try and you know, or these 2 guys are going to try and confuse us with, because they would say something and Rob would instantly say, well, in 1986, blah, 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 which I think was right. I think that was really good. What's up, Sparky? So
you're muted, Sparky.
So when I would do I told him, I'm like, "Look, I will take care of the philosophy. I will take care of the worldview. And I've got a pretty decent internal critique that I think will wreck Craig. I think it'll just wreck him." The problem was, again, and you notice that Rob let me start my internal critique, and he sat there and he was, you know, he knew what I was doing, and he was on board. He understood. But once he understood that Max was going to keep jumping on those grenades and not let Craig answer, that's when he came. That's when finally he stepped in and said, "Well, you're just being stupid. This is, like you're being stupid." Aircraft Sparky, you're muted. Check your source down at where it says mute. Click the little diamond beside or triangle beside it, and check that your proper source is selected. So, I mean, honestly, I thought that Rob and I actually worked together pretty well, right? The problem with that type of debate is that Craig never really went philosophical, and so he stayed in
check.
Yeah. He stayed in Rob's wheelhouse.
Okay.
Right. So and Rob and I had an agreement that, with some exceptions, Rob was going to take, he was going to do the stat stuff. So I have to honor my side of the argument and just sit there. Right. You can't, otherwise you start getting debaters start talking over each other. They start making statements that contradict each other. And we didn't want to do that. So, and then Max was just a fucking mess. Like, I don't even understand what the fuck that dude. I don't know what kind of crack that guy smokes, but it is the best.
Yeah, he's deranged.
Yes, he is deranged.
I was watching that shit, man. I thank God Rod broke it up into like 15-minute segments, because I don't know if I could sit through the brain rot of watching those two retards talk for 2 hours in a row, man. That would fucking hurt. I don't know how you do that shit. The no retard policy is how it is for me now. I'm not fucking with dumbass.
The zero retard policy, right?
Yeah, those people were like flat out making shit up to you and denying reality to you. Things that could be.
And we would catch them every time.
Now, come on though, but come on. Let's be honest. You deal with retards all the time. I happen to be in a team where you deal with retards. I'm definitely talking about man Tyler. He deals with retards on the fucking daily, and he watches me fucking just. Dude, the things that I've been doing in that DM channel has just been
Ubermensch Adam definitely wasn't my favorite person in the world.
So lately there's been a thing about the UDEN going on in a back channel discussion, and the UDEN evidently control everything, while Muzzy just got elected to mayor, where the highest population density of UDEN exists in America.
Right,
how that works.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's a mess. I mean, New York, it's crazy. What's interesting is that they have this guy that's lived in New York his whole life. He's a billionaire. He owns a company there. I think he owns one of the biggest insurance companies or something like that. And Mom Donnie was saying the other day that they're going to go after these guys. They're going to take all of this money, and it's going to be, there's just going to be this whole deal, right? And the guy's like, "Yep, I'm moving. I'll move out. Like, this guy's worth, like $8 billion." So he's like, "Yeah, I'll just move out. Yeah, I don't care. I'm not paying extra money." Oh, Prime Kai. So you missed out, Tyler. The short of Anna. Hold on, I gotta find this. I gotta play it really quick. It's so good.
Well, I saw the short that you're talking about, Grid. I was listening while I was getting laundry done and things like that.
Yeah.
I gotta ask you, man, and this is my internal critique on Grid One. Why do you deal with a retard that's never moved out of his mom's apartment?
Right?
He's in his 30s. He's never done anything in his life. I don't even think he has a job. He relies on pittance from Twitch, and he's rhetorically
smaller and smaller pittance every week because he keeps pissing everybody off.
Yes, and he is rhetorically inbred. Yeah, and he's a really nice guy. Okay, if you talk to him on a personal level, he is actually genuinely a nice guy. He's just also genuinely retarded and ignorant to how the world works, because he still lives with his mother in his 30s.
It was so laughable, though, that he's literally like, I'm literally trying to talk to him about how what he is saying is literally fraud. Like there's nothing else that can be said about it except it is fraud and you will go to jail if you do it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, no, wait, one more thing. And I'm like, you could say 10 more things. It's still going to be fraud. Like there's no version of this that it's
when
not
it comes
fraud.
to the business side of things, I really look, if he wants to talk about feelings and what he perceives the world to be,
yeah,
that's fine. But when you're trying to speak authoritative on anything that you have exactly no experience in or even time studying, there's a problem there. And like I said, great guy, like honestly, a really nice guy. But when it comes to it, every time I have dealt with him, anytime you start talking about real world consequences and real world scenarios, he fails at every deal because he's demonstrated he does not live in the world. He lives behind a screen, and it's sad.
Well, he does. Listen, I mean, this is just funny. Now, look, this is just one of those things. So here we go.
Volume.
Can't hear shit.
You can't hear it?
Are you not sharing the audio? You may have to share the audio.
My bad.
No, that happens. That happens, man. Approach
right, hold
remote,
on.
right?
My bad. That's on me. That's on me. I don't know what I did there, but we'll deal with it. Let me kill it.
It's just like honestly, I'm sick of hearing the repeal the 19th argument.
Right?
Well, and the reason why is because it's unobtainable, first of all, and the premise of it, I think there's hold on.
Let's try this again. Oh, did I mute it?
No, but we're getting you back from your computer now.
Loans that the new owners are forced to buy. Right?
Well, let me give you a real world example of that very thing.
Don't let me please.
I mean, if you want the answer to the fucking question, I'll answer the fucking question.
Hold on. I want to say the question. I'm going to say it, and
fine.
then I would love to hear what you have to say. I would really, I want to hear what all you have to say. Anyway,
no, you don't. You don't want an answer, Prime. You're just sitting there preaching. I will give you the fucking answer. I can give you a real world example.
Motherfucker, I want to say the question, and then I want the answer. Right? So listen.
You've asked the question.
No, I haven't.
All right.
No, I haven't. I spent the entire time describing.
Yeah, so most of what you described is called fraud, and you don't front load in as a buyer. You can't front load in profit. No bank will allow that to happen. I deal with companies. I literally buy companies, and that's not how any of that shit works.
Yeah, that was fun.
It's just like 20 minutes of him like, it's just like, what the fuck, man? And I was like, I will answer the question. I could have answered the question half an hour ago. I didn't need all of that. And then he told me I didn't know what I was talking about. The best part is in the longer version. He tells me I don't know what I'm talking about as I'm trying to explain it to him. And he keeps using the term leveraged buyout, which is not what he means. He doesn't. It's just the dumbest thing ever. And I just can't get over it. All right. Well, let's. The link is pinned. If you want to come up. I mean, we don't even have all three of our. I don't know where Cleaner is.
Well, look. Anyone should want to come in and debate me. Tyler has openly said that I'm an actual retard, completely inbred, and smooth-brained. So look, you've already got one judge against me, okay? And radical sobriety is not going to like anything I say, so it's an automatic W for you if you come and get fed to me. Oh wait,
well, how do you know if I'm not going to like what you say?
Because you've judged me before. It's okay.
Oh no, I change up
performance.
I change up how I judge every week, man.
Hey, look, It's because we're ideologically opposed. It's completely fine.
Well, how do you know that?
Abortion should be completely eliminated from America.
Yeah, abortion's murder, dude.
It ought be.
Yeah, it ought to be. Like, no, like
Yeah.
even in the cases where it could kill the mother. No.
Yeah.
I've had such a week.
Yeah, it's
I may just do a bitch session tonight. I had so last night I go over on Marte's stream. Now Marte is exposing me to these weird black men that are red pill to the point where they've deceived themselves into believing that red pill has any meaning. It's awesome. So one of them was on there last night bitching about Andrew tearing Coach whatever the fuck his name is a new ass.
It wasn't even a debate. It was a terrible showing by Coach whatever his name was.
Yeah.
I sat there and watched it, and I'm like, you're not even putting forth an argument the entire time.
He just whined the whole time. There's a lot of whining
and
a lot of crying.
The biggest faux pas that I saw is he's like, you come up on a guy who's getting ready to do the deed to himself immediate, right then. How do you stop him? You don't. You hire a forensic cleaner and you move on. There's nothing you can do.
But I'm not invited to the cookout. What's up?
Yeah, but I sit there and listen to some of these arguments, and I am not the strongest debater. But my God, like honestly, the repeal of the 19th thing, I have a better alternative. I do want to limit the voting pool. But I think it's more reasonable.
Repealing the 19th is a good start. I mean, we just have to make sure that when we repeal it, we also put in, we repeal it to the point where only like the landed gentry can so in the game, right?
So here is where I stand. The 19th does not need to be repealed. Women should have the right to vote. Period. Now, I want to take away everyone's right to vote, and only landowners and those who have invested in the country through forms of service, things like that, should be authorized. Service guarantees citizenship. I am sick and tired of renters telling the corporation of America how to run. If you're not going to invest in
that's like corporation. The scary part is Prime Kai's votes. So here's the thing about what was going on last night on that show. So you have this young, and this kid sounds young, and he made he made, in my opinion, a derogatory comment about this guy Scott Harris. I don't know who that is, but he was on there, and he's making some good points. And Andrew, as Christians, calling for covenant marriages rather than state marriages for Christians, yet they have Christian marriages, and he was basically calling them hypocrites and denigrating the fact that they have, can have these opinions. So,
argument from
I called him on it, and I said, "Hey, I think that's the wrong thing to do. I think that you don't understand the argument that's being made, and calling them out for that, and saying that they have no integrity because they're in a state controlled marriage, while saying that everyone ought be able to not have a state controlled marriage." The two things are you're conflating two things here, and it's wrong. And he's like, no, I'm not. I'm like, yeah, you are. And here's why. That Andrew is using an is and an ought claim. He's saying the way it is right now is that you have to get married in this manner. It ought be that you can get married in another, in the church alone. And the church should have final say. Then the kid retreats back to saying, well, you can't do that because no matter what, the state's going to get involved in your marriage if there's a divorce, because you'll have to go to child court. And I'm like, well, that is bullshit, because it is regardless of whether or not you're married, you being married has no bearing on whether or not you're going to go to child custody court and child support court over if woman leaves you with the children, right? Like it doesn't matter whether you're married or not. And so it's a very it's a very interesting thing to me, right? And I kept calling him on it. And he's like, no, you're just sweeping for Andrew and all that. I'm like, no, I just think that you're trying, you and Coach whatever his name is are coping so hard. And I said, the only thing here is that you're literally you're coping. You're saying that, well, he's saying that this, and I just don't agree with it, and so I'm gonna cry about it. And then you're coping. I mean, it's a literal cope. It was very funny. It was very, very funny, and I had a great time. And so it was wonderful, actually. And I'm thankful to Marte for introducing me to this entirely new group of people that are not super smart. And so now Marte is going to debate this young man on my channel. I think they're going to set it up like Wednesday or maybe next week after DebateCon. So
Nice.
it'd be great because the guy was like, I called him stupid. No, I said, I like said that I said something in kind of a condescending and somewhat, it's just a condescending manner, right? Where I basically said it's amazing that I have to tell grown men something that is so simple that that you just have to be completely stupid to not understand it, or something along those lines. And he's like, well, that's ad hom. I'm like, that's not an ad hom at all.
No.
Absolutely.
Look, and I think people need to get away from the whole fallacy argument. It's stupid.
Well, hey, if you make a fallacy, I mean, I make fallacies all the time. I'll argue from authority. I'll argue
from but the whole calling everything a fallacy, I'm not going to engage with that. That's a slippery slope fallacy.
Well, no,
it's stupid.
You're right that just saying, hey, that's a fallacy is stupid. The proper way to deal with someone using fallacious argumentation is to understand what the fallacy is they're using, understand how they're using it, and then counter it with something to point out how the reasoning is flawed, right? It's not to say, oh, you're using a fallacy, right? Because nobody cares. That's like saying 5 + 5 = 10, right? So what? What does that mean if you're trying to build something that needs to stand up? If you're using wrong mathematics, it's going to fall down. You have to demonstrate how whatever it is that argument you're constructing is not standing properly.
Right. Well, it's like if I say something like, if I said such and such organization is, has said this, and someone says, well, that's an appeal to authority. They could be right that could be a fallacious appeal to authority. They may not be whatever I'm citing may not be the authority, but they would have to define why whatever I'm citing is not the authority. Right.
What he said was that we're using this as an argument to not engage with the point. It's like when someone says you're using whataboutism, or that's an invalid comparison, and never gives you a reason why that's invalid.
Yeah,
or why
and I call them back out on it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't let that shit slide. When somebody says I'm doing an ad hom, or I'm doing a appeal to authority, or I lack foundation or whatever, I'm like, no, motherfucker, you better.
But anytime you cite a study, you are literally appealing to authority.
The question is whether or not it is the authority. So
yes, and that's a point of view argument, because if I'm looking at polling data and I look at, we'll say Fox News, I'm using Fox News.
I would consider,
I will only accept Fox News. I won't accept PBS. Then
but Fox News isn't the authority. But if I say, hey, the FBI crime rates for X are this. Yes. The FBI is the authority. They create the data, so they are the authority. Nobody can, it's like it just is what it is, right? And so you can say, well, that data is flawed, and here's why. Like we did with and let me read this for Smoking Spaceman and clear it up, and we'll get into that. This may become a debate class instead of a debate show tonight. Smoking Spaceman says, "What the fuck does sweeping mean? Is that like carrying water for someone?" No. Sweeping means that somebody has shit the bed, or you believe they've shit the bed, and you're cleaning that shit up, right? So like counterpoint, sweeping for Destiny. Destiny shit the bed. He's got multiple claims of women coming out saying he did bad things. All this other stuff coming out, and cleaners out there. Nah, he's just misunderstood. I believe in him. Blah blah blah. Whatever. So, but yeah. So an appeal to authority is fine, but it's not always a fallacy, right? So it could be, but not always. So like when Craig and Max. Well, Craig basically brought out, as I knew he would, the FBI, ADL, and CISA, whatever it is, data. We were already prepared. Literally, like no one on the left uses that data anymore because they understand why it doesn't hold up under scrutiny, and that's because when you're talking about violence, that data only considers homicide as violence. It doesn't consider, rioters throwing rocks at people. It doesn't consider, the protesters throwing the concrete milkshakes into reporters' faces. It does that in the FBI database. That's not violence. So they don't record it as that. And so now I've impeached your evidence. You've said that, hey, this is what they say. This is what this is violence. And then we say, no, we've already defined violence as, these rioters and all of this other thing. So while certainly that data is a metric of lethality, right? Obviously, I think people on the right are more lethal. I think we're better at killing people. But but violence there's more to violence. And then you get into, then we crossed them up with, hey, what about, do you consider damaging or burning property as violence against another human? They said yes. So now we're like, okay, so when Antifa goes out and burns down a car dealership or a church or a post office or any of these other things, is that violence? And who is it violence against? Mm-hmm. Well, you can say, well, the post office is not violence because that's against the state, and that is a political protest, and that is technically a form of speech, right? So that could be covered under free speech and not considered as violence. Mm-hmm. But certainly burning down a car dealership, burning down a church, burning down residences or apartment buildings or any of these other things is violence, right?
Well, so the actual lefty argument could be at that point, because during the time that was going on, Elon Musk was then overseeing Doge. He was in fact part of the government, although most people don't know Elon Musk doesn't own the dealerships that sell Tesla. He contracts that out to people. Sure. But the normal ignorant person would say, well, he is part of the government after all. Well,
right.
I guess he is, but no,
right.
Not really.
Well, see, that would have to go down to motivation, and then you would have to say that to make your appeal stick, you'd have to be able to justify or prove that every single person that burned or attacked a Tesla, broke the windows, scratched them, ripped the door handles off, whatever they did to them, every person that vandalized a Tesla was doing it out of political protest, and you can't know that. Right. So this is where the appeal to authority, you have to be very careful with appeal to authority. You can get away with it, right? Like I do it all the time. I'll be like, hey, for example, if we're talking about some illness like the COVID, right? I will go back and find the old data. And then I'll find the new data, right? And all the new court cases and everything else. And I will post that, and I'll put them side by side and say, look, this is what you were told, and this is what they're saying now, right? And this is the authority that you're saying is the authority to use. And I think at that point we're impeaching old data with new data. Same thing with Jan 6, right? Like Jan 6 is one of my favorite things to just twist people up on, because all of the data that people, no one's using data newer than 2022, I think.
Well, I mean, the latest development now is that the RNC/DNC pipe bomber, suspected pipe bomber, is a former Capitol police officer who now works for the Central Intelligence Agency, which illegally operates within the borders of the United States.
Right. So that's so when we're debating about these subjects, this is where I think the right does a reasonable job, and I think the left does a shitty job. The right tries really hard not to tie themselves into knots trying to prove things that are not real, right? Like we don't try and prove the motivation of the Jan 6ers, right? We're just saying, hey, look at what happened. Look at how they were treated, and look at what we know and look at all the contradictions between what we were told back in 2020 and 2021 and 2022 versus what we're finding out, what the investigations, what all these records are showing us now. So which is the truth? And I think we have to say that, we've had all of these years of investigations, all these files being opened that were never opened before. And all of the things are coming out. I think we have to go with what is new. And I think that that's the right way to talk about it. But the left won't do that. The left will just simply say, no, this is what it is.
Well, their problem is that they don't actually read the study. They look at the conclusion, they look at the summary, they never look through the actual means that they use.
Oh, Tyler catches people doing that shit all the time.
Yeah. It's just like
because Tyler does that.
With the latest violence versus ideology. If you actually look at it, they didn't believe that the George Floyd riots were politically motivated. Things like that. Their methodology was all over the place.
There are people who will still quote that Floyd died from the knee on his neck, and yet both medical examiners have come out and said we had to say that because that's what the police wanted us to say. That's literally what everyone wanted us to say. But the reality is he overdosed, and we knew it. We just couldn't say it at the time.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. George Floyd killed himself, and Breonna Taylor was used as a human shield. Okay, let's just be honest.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Tyler's actually really good at impeaching people in that way because he does a lot of research himself, and he'll have like all these notes. And so when someone and I've watched him debate a little bit, he does a really good job of letting people use. Well, he catches people when they're being lazy with their data. And he's really good at it. And if you ever watch him over on Admiral Gibbs, he does it all the time. Yeah, they'll throw out some little factoid or something thinking they've got a dunk or something that Destiny said 6 months ago. And Tyler's like, no, I know where you got that. I know where you got it. I have it right here in my notes, but you're wrong. This is the actual information.
Yeah. But
Tyler's really good. I'm not good at that.
Tyler literally debates people that will only read headlines of news articles.
Yeah.
They don't realize that
that's not my choice.
Yeah, I know, but the actual substance of the article is about 3 paragraphs down. Mm-hmm. They don't get past the headline. Mm-hmm. And I've written a couple of articles here and there, and look, I could have literally went through and plain shit on there as a title.
Yeah, Tyler invited me here. He sent me the link. I didn't even know you were live right now, so I was just like, yeah, let me jump on.
Yeah, we're supposed to be having a debate show, but we don't. But we got so much else going on tonight with Andrew debating Enemy Charlie, and some other things going on.
Is that the chick that's on whatever right now?
Yeah,
I saw a little bit about that.
Yeah. She was supposed to come to DebateCon, and we were going to debate her. She was going to debate with us, but she's got a scheduling conflict. So we're actually just talking about debate tactics and strategies and all kinds of cool shit like that.
Yeah, I was listening in. Yeah,
it's more like a debate class now than a debate show, which is fine.
Is that an Ibanez?
It is an Ibanez. Yes, okay. I'm a guitar player, bro. By the way, I actually own a Ernie Ball JP6, a John Petrucci 6-string. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bassist. So yeah.
Oh, you're a bassist. Okay, yeah. So you're the guy that doesn't get laid by chicks when you go live,
Ooh,
sorry, bro. The bass player doesn't. The bass player doesn't get chicks, man. Sorry.
Isn't it a rule that the bass player has to be the awkward dude?
Yeah.
we usually are. We usually
Yeah.
are.
It's kind of the rule, right? Yeah.
But we're also
kinda-
the only ones with rhythm. We're the ones that make sure the drummer stays on track, and
That is
the
true.
guitarist actually sounds good.
That is true. That is true.
That
But
wasn't when I heard bass. That's not the stereotype I went to.
Yeah,
Um,
It's
my
not
mind
very
goes to it.
glorifying,
That's
though.
the only person that can fuck up really bad and nobody knows.
Yeah.
It depends on the type of
But-
music. So I am a jazz bassist, and I also do a lot of like Primus type.
Oh,
Like-
dude, you're an actual bassist. Like you're
Yeah,
a
if
fucking
I-
legitimate fucking.
Yeah. If I fuck
You're
up,
a
you
shredder
know it.
bassist. Yeah.
I try. I
Okay.
mean,
Because like I'm in heavy metal, bro. So the bass player, if they fuck up, it's not
oh
really.
yeah,
a big
yeah,
deal.
yeah. Anyone
Nobody
can play,
knows.
anyone can play the same note over and over. I mean,
Yeah.
that isn't hard. But no,
Yeah.
I actually do runs and things like that. And I grew up playing new metal and ska. So
Oh no, you're a different fucking level then. I mean, you're still not gonna get laid because you're playing bass, but nevertheless, like that's still
Ow.
no. But he's on a higher scale of skill set than the average like metal guitar player.
Yes.
I mean, metal guitar player
Ooh.
and metal bass player.
look,
So-
look, man, look. I get quality, not quantity. That's
Yeah.
really where it is.
Yeah.
But no, when I was playing when I was younger, in fact, Three Doors Down beat my band out for a contract. They used to be our opening band. Great guys, love them, happy for
Three
their
Doors
success.
Down,
Yeah,
dude. Those guys, Three Doors Down is like one of the biggest alternative rock bands. Like,
yes,
And,
and they were my opening band for several years down in South Mississippi where we grew up. Yeah, me and Brad are still friends.
Because they were
But-
3 doors down.
yeah.
yeah, probably.
So it was really funny. They
Hey,
were
we've got
about-
Alley Cat in the house. What's
Hey.
up?
Let's go.
Hey,
We're getting people in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. Alley Cat's been here before. He does okay.
I do okay.
Azrael, we can start debating. That's fine. I was all set to just do a debate class tonight, or debate.
Well, look. How about we do a debate? Me versus someone. I don't
Sure.
care. I'll take whatever position people want, and we can use that as examples of what and what not to do. I probably will screw up because I'm a horrible debater. Tyler will tell you I'm retarded.
Same with me, bro. Same with me.
Azrael, no, that wasn't a debate. That was just two guitarists yapping at each other.
Oh yeah.
Sounds like a debate though, right? Because that's just how that shit works.
Because I was talking shit about bass players, and I always do, bro. No offense.
no.
I'm a
it's-
guitarist, bro. So
Look,
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a bassist.
Azrael, hit the link and come on up.
Yeah, I'm a bassist. I don't need all the attention. I know I'm better than you.
Okay.
Oh no! You know what? Actually, he's a bassist. It doesn't. He doesn't stress anything because he knows no one's looking at him.
There you
That's
go.
true. That's true. That's true. Yeah. That's
Look,
true.
In the '90s and stuff when I was playing, yeah, I mean, I've showed up on stage a couple times just wearing a sock. I mean, I could get away with it. I was a bassist. I was just in the shadows anyway.
Yeah, that's my point.
Nobody even noticed.
Nobody notices you guys, man.
Well, I mean, it was a tiny sock. It was a little baby booty. But
I have a friend of mine, and she's a bassist. She has like all of these bass guitars now, and she's actually a really cool human out in even though she's in California, and she's done all kinds of music. Like she actually released an electronica album that went like massive in Japan, which was really
Wow.
cool. So
Nice.
yeah, I look. I had fun when I played, and now I just play for myself, and trying to come up with some new things. That's why I actually have my YouTube name is Lesson 3 Entertainment, although that's going to change because I just realized I'm not publishing. It takes too long to write shit, so
Yeah, no, I get you.
I don't
get
have
you.
enough to keep that going. So,
Mhm.
but dude, I got to open my band open for Lenny Kravitz at the House of Blues in New Orleans. I've done stuff with Egypt Central, Three Doors Down. I got to play when I was in the Air Force. Three Doors Down did a USO tour, and they came to one of the bases I was at, and I just told the USO lady, "Hey, tell Brad, hi, this is Jason from my hometown,"
Right.
and I got to play Superman with them on stage at that concert for the.
That's a
Truth.
great song. That's one of my favorite songs.
Oh
from
no,
Three
it's
Doors
their
Down.
worst song.
I think
because-
Abby-
Dude, it's their best song, bro. It's
I
like their most
actually-
popular song. Kryptonite. You're talking about Kryptonite, not Superman. Kryptonite.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
I-
the first, but the original version, I refuse to play that radio version that they had. We played the original, which was it was hard heavy metal. It was.
Did it have a bass solo in it?
No, it didn't have a bass solo in it. It didn't
Okay.
need one. Yeah, no,
I
but it was,
think Abby might actually be my wife's friend that was here for the party earlier. I don't know that though.
Abby
she's been
Zond?
around in chat, Grid. She's in other channels.
She's in other channels. Okay. Yeah. Because I had an entire gaggle of Chinese women in the house tonight. Gaggle. Oh, you would already know because.
Oh yeah, he's married. He's married to a Chinese.
Is gaggle the proper plural for Chinese women?
It's my proper plural for Chinese.
It could be a murder. I mean,
It could murder. I think that one's more accurate.
Murder. Oh, that's mean. That's just mean.
look, Asian women when they get mad. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, angry Chinese
Yeah.
woman. That's like a real thing. That
yeah.
is a stereotype that is accurate.
Look, the only Asian woman that I don't mind being mad at me is a Japanese woman. Okay, because they'll just poison you.
Throw
But
shoes
a
at you.
Korean woman will stab you. A Filipino woman is going to drop hot oil on you. I mean,
Yeah,
they're mean.
but at least the Japanese woman's going to be dressed up like Bulma from Dragon Ball Z, right?
Yeah.
Dude,
At least she looks good.
When I lived in Japan, I had a Japanese girlfriend that actually served me dinner in a kimono one time. Dude, it was the hottest thing ever.
So what? So Jake, you were listening in. Did anything like strike you about the conversation we were having?
Yeah, you guys were talking about actually BLM earlier, and that's something that I've kind of been because you guys were kind of talking about violence on the left and the right, which is a subject that I'm
well,
gonna
it
be-
was just did you see the debate, the 2v2 debate Rob
Yes.
Moore and I had against Craig and Max? Yeah.
I actually listened to the entire thing today when I was at work.
Really?
On the route. Yeah. I listened to the whole thing.
In one shot without
But
pause?
dude, Craig, yes, the whole thing. Like when I was on the route,
my
I was
God.
on the headphones. Craig is one of the most dishonest pieces of shit debaters that I've ever
Right?
fucking seen. This guy interrupts. This guy fucking offuscates. This guy focuses on the oh no, Charlie Kirk. We don't know if he was fucking deleted by a left winger. It's actually not
Right.
the case. And then he's shooting out shit. He's making claims that
He literally
were
made
disprovenable.
shit up. He literally made shit up and then had to walk it back, but he wouldn't
It
walk
was
back
so
the-
hard to listen to, bro, with that guy. It
I
was
know,
so hard to
right?
listen to.
Right. And that's why the thing is that I don't know because we were talking about earlier
Mhm.
about how we do internal critiques and they're useful, right? Because you can
Right.
if you can break down a worldview, it gives you a slot in there, right?
Mhm.
So the strategy going into that debate was Rob was going to do the stats and keep all of and because there's just nobody better with the stats and events and how they
Oh, yeah.
happen
Oh yeah.
than Rob. Rob is just like he's got it. And I was like, all right, I'll do the philosophy. I'm pretty good with the philosophy and the worldview.
Bro, like
arena.
Craig was so fucking disrespectful with you, bro. Every time
I
he tried to
know.
talk, he was so
I
disrespectful.
know. Yeah,
He
because
didn't even want you to
he wanted
talk,
to get
bro.
rolling, man.
He didn't even want you to talk, dude. Like
Yeah,
every
he did not.
time.
He did not want any. He didn't want the heat. But the real problem is that so I tried to do an internal critique of Craig and just destroy him. But Max kept running interference. Every time I would ask Craig, what's your, what does violence mean? What are you describing as violence in your worldview?
Right.
Max would go, well, in my communist country. And I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up.
I barely understand that stupid fucking fucker. Dude,
Nobody
like,
did.
Nobody did with his fucking accent. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, he's a prime example of his accent's so disgusting we can't even understand him, that he's just an obfuscator. He's just a red herring just to disrail the debate. That's all he was. That's all he did. This guy fucking literally said that language is violence. That's what he's saying. Yeah, dude, it was crazy. Like his definition of violence was just off the scale.
Well,
I don't even know where to go with that shit.
Look, if you're soft and words hurt your fifis, that could be violence in your view.
He could
It's
not
so crazy,
dude.
dude.
So look, I don't know if you guys have watched the whole thing. Max could not make an actual argument
Nothing, bro.
against our position. He literally had to create, and we kept having to tell him, dude, we're not even arguing that. Like, that's not even.
Yeah, gerrymandering is violence. What are we talking about?
Yeah, gerrymandering is violence. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? It was so bad, bro. I couldn't even, and his accent was just pissing me off. Like, why is this foreigner talking about? Like, what the hell, dude?
Well, we don't have real leftists in this country, is what he told me. I'm like, look. So why are you even in? And by the way, I understand that a lot of people didn't know this, but we clarified before the debate and the day of the debate that we were specifically talking about the United States of America,
right?
Because we knew that Craig was, obviously he's British, so we're like, well, he could be looking at this from a British point of view, or more European point of view. So in that case, that changes our strategy, right?
Right.
But no, it was clarified 100%. Apparently, Max didn't bother to read the memo. Now, I'm taking for granted that he can read, but I'm just saying his text-to-speech obviously didn't work either because he did not get the memo. He was literally talking out of his ass.
Yeah, he was so useless, bro. He was so useless.
No, he was very good at when anyone would go after Craig with on any kind of esoteric or philosophy. Anytime you tried to take it away from the statistics,
right?
Max would answer for Craig.
Yeah, I don't think Max actually had a perspective that Craig actually had. Like when he was talking about gerrymandering, like Craig didn't even like jump in on that because Craig, in his mind, I think Craig didn't even agree with that shit. He just let him fucking shoot out.
Well, because it kept Craig from having to answer questions.
Right. Yeah.
He was the bullet catcher.
Yeah.
Max was the bullet catcher.
Yeah, Max was just like he was just there to do red herrings. That's all Max was.
The whole the red herrings the whole night. Yeah, that's
I've got to ask this. I've got to ask this because why do y'all engage in debates on American politics with foreign people?
Because foreign people
we didn't set the debate up. So we knew that I knew that Craig was going to be part of it, but we didn't, and I didn't know who Max was. So this was a modern day debate deal. Now there was a bunch of problems with this debate, and this is a great lesson in. To be honest with you, Rob and I should have stopped halfway through the debate and said, "Look,
it was fucking useless. Yeah.
This isn't working. Let's do this another night." Obviously, the moderation is not where it should be. There are tech issues left and right. I had echo the entire time on my stream. The entire time I had echo. Like I could not get rid of it. I don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And the the stream went down at one point.
Yep.
And so it was like, let's just we realistically what should have happened. Rob and I didn't do it because we're not quitters, and it doesn't occur to us to do this. But in retrospect, the smart move would have been to have just said, "Hey, fuck it, we're out.
Right.
We need to end this now. We're not getting anywhere. We can't even understand the one guy. He doesn't speak English. The other guy speaks English with the wrong accent."
Well, and look, anytime anyone from the UK wants to critique American politics, I'll just say, look, conquer your country back,
right?
Shut down London Mecca, and maybe we
and then come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come talk to me when you have a country again.
Jason, I'll tell you this, man. There's a lot of people that are from other countries that come in and try within the panelverse, the power of the panelverse, what do you want to call it? The point is there's a lot of like foreign people that kind of have their opinions. My point of view is that you shouldn't back down from those fuckers.
Well, you don't back down from but what I normally do, and I still occasionally go on panels here and there, just like I'm on tonight. Mm-hmm. But if someone from another country basically tells me, well, I think this, and I went cool, and I'll just go cool story. No one cares. Fix Canada.
There's no fucking foreigner that's going to tell me how to think. I totally get you there.
So I just sit there and mock them for not.
Besides my wife.
Country. Huh?
Wife.
Abby says, I was listening on Bricky's debate with Abe, he kept referring to Trump as king. I mean, Bricky's never sober, so
Briggy's also a UK guy. Oh no, Australian, right?
No,
Briggy's
he's from just north of just south of Scotland. He
Oh,
lives
Scotland.
like a stone's throw from Hadrian's Wall on the English side.
and
He's
literally-
also hard to listen to. I can't even understand when Bricky fucking goes off. Like,
Honestly,
Another
if
foreigner.
If we had a monarchy that was as weak and feckless as what is running the UK right now, I would not mind it. But
That's not a monarchy. That's a parliamentary system.
yeah.
So what they have is what they have is what is called a constitutional monarchy. If the
Monarchy,
king
yeah.
wanted to, he could eliminate the parliament today. But he has no balls. He lost his spine somewhere when he was in the Navy. That
Right.
probably explains a lot of it. But
Yeah.
And you need to explain that to Australia and Canada because it's the exact same situation.
yes, I would love
Yeah.
nothing more than whoever happens to have the crown to just go, you know what, Canada, remember you asked permission and we said sure, go ahead. We're gonna
I need to check my lineage and make sure I can't lay claim to the throne of Canada.
By the way, we're all Americans here, right? Like every single one of us.
I think so.
I think so. Right, Alley Cat, you're American,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
No, I'm an Alabamian. I live in the. I
Oh,
live
you're a gay Albalian, yeah.
Oh, hold on. Are
okay.
you from Lower Alabama? Are you from LA?
No, he's from
No, my mama's from L.A. I'm from North Alabama, near the
Okay.
Appalachian section.
See, I grew up on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and I
There
spent
you
a lot of
go.
time at Mobile Plain. But yeah,
Hey, Anson, why aren't you Jake's Coconut right now, man? Why isn't that your name?
I had it on there earlier, Jay.
Yeah, put
So-
it back, bro. I'm here on fucking stream. What the hell?
you know, Jake, you actually make a great point. And do you think it's any wonder why all of the Epstein file information that's been released that's verifiable has been at the UK monarchy?
Grid, I haven't really thought too deep on that. I would like for you to expand on that one.
What? So
Where are you going on that?
Let's just say that instead of a queen who everyone loves but wouldn't follow,
Right.
you have a king who's a war hero, did some cool shit, dated hot women, was a king, swinging dick,
Swinging
right?
dick, bro. Yeah.
Swinging dick king.
Yep.
Comes in there and says, you know what? His parliamentary thing, we tried it, didn't really fucking work, so pick rocks.
Yeah. But by the way,
But before he can do that, he's in the Epstein files.
and by the way, when it comes to the UK, I think the age of consent is 16 years old over there. Obviously
it's not that he did anything illegal. It's just
illegal. Yes.
It's just the appearance, right?
Yeah. The reputation
of it, so that he loses that swing. He doesn't have the same swagger he had before.
but wait, isn't the one that's implicated?
I think they're both implicated now.
They're both implicated
I believe
now.
they're both implicated.
One of them's abdicated his freaking place because he decided to marry an American actress who.
That was a bad move.
But the other one was the one I thought that was primarily implicated. He was the one in line for the throne. He wasn't a war hero. The other one was. And
well, that's true. You're right. I was kind of conflating both of them as being war heroes, but no, you're right.
Yeah, the
younger
one,
the
younger one
remains
was
that,
a dust off pilot. Man, he balls of steel.
Yeah, the point remains that if it doesn't do England any good. And by the way, there's a lot of proof. There's a lot of evidence that MI6 participated in it wasn't Mossad. It was more like MI6 was the ones that gathered that information or had a hand in gathering that information to begin with. And so if that's true, what it means is that Parliament knows that the throne could become an issue, and they're protecting themselves by weakening the monarchy to the point where it can't take over.
Look, the moment Queen Elizabeth died, the monarchy died. look, God save the Queen. I wish she would still be alive.
But she was, I mean, she was beloved by all, but she couldn't get rid of she couldn't fix England, and that's that's the problem. Is that what scares the shit out of parliamentarians is the idea that a king and a royal gets a wild hair up his ass to actually be king and tell him to kick rocks.
Well, so Charles was not supposed to get the throne. He actually, when him and Diana divorced, he actually lost his claim to the throne at that point.
Huh.
And because of his children's issues, he had that's how he got his crown. He was not supposed to get the crown after his divorce from Diana because basically he was running around on her. And
I don't want to get bogged down too much in the
but the lineage of the UK crown, generally they tend to follow women better than they do actual male kings. If you just look at some of
since Edward, I mean, I think that's true since Edward.
Yeah, but
then again, when Elizabeth took over after Edward, right? Am I right about that? I think I'm right about that.
So yes, yeah. I think Edward was her father, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm not British. I don't study this shit. I'm just going off of fucking high school memories here, and that was like 30 fucking years ago. So
look, I think the most impressive thing about her, honestly, and a lot of people don't know this, she was an auto mechanic during World War II.
I think that's true. Yeah.
But that is, so she helped a little bit with nursing, but mostly what she did mechanical work to help keep autos and stuff going during the war. And
everybody did their part.
That's why the people loved her, is because she wasn't above getting her hands dirty and things like that.
By the way, Elizabeth did come before Edward. Just FYI, I just looked that up because I was curious. Yeah, I was curious on that.
Well, who was the last king that actually before Elizabeth? Because Elizabeth basically became the queen, and after that, there hasn't
George
the
VI.
Yeah, okay.
George the Sixth. Okay.
Yeah.
So
at any rate, I think that I just really believe that parliamentarians live in the fear that there will be an actual royal that'll want to step up and take the actual crown and be king of England again.
I think that would be the best thing for the UK, sadly.
I don't disagree. I think that when you look at what England's done over the past 30 years, and maybe a little bit before that, but definitely the last 30 or 40 years with the way that they've destroyed so many people's lives, all of these people just shoved into these concrete bunker house tenement things that are just terrible.
Yeah. What I really hope that American historians will look at the time where we actually bullied the British Empire into getting rid of their empire as probably one of the biggest geopolitical mistakes in the history of modernity. Because if you look at it, you look at the problems you see with going on in Hong Kong, you look at the problems with India, you look at all this stuff, and even to include things in South Africa, we forced that. Okay, we held American equipment over their head, and we said, "Look, but
they had already declined, though. I mean, they
were on the decline.
But how's that affecting? Affecting fertility, though? Is that what you're?
No, it's not about fertility.
No, he's talking about
it. It's pride. It's pride in the country, which actually made them weak. And like right now, if you really want to make a Brit cry, just call them racist because they know they're going to go to jail. Okay,
sure.
It went from a people who used to dominate the world. The sun never sets on the British Empire, and yet now it's like you're a racist.
But they were. I mean,
yeah, but we have a bunch of Muslim. Well, hold on.
But no, that he's talking about. I understand where you're going at here, Sparky, but I think you're being a little bit too charitable to the British and too hard on the U.S. Yeah, sure, we absolutely held that over their heads in the 70s.
Well, no,
but
we
but
held it over their
they
head in the
lost their
40s.
empire. They lost their empire in like 1907. They lost their empire right before World War II when they lost India. They lost South Africa in the Boer Wars. They lost literally. They used to basically rule England, or not England, Egypt.
So,
and they lost that in the and I can't remember the name of the group of people. The uprisings there. They got driven out of Africa. They got driven out of Asia, except for Hong Kong and Taiwan. They got, literally just got driven out of Pakistan, India.
Wow. Okay.
Thailand, Laos.
Well, then, Grit, they lost their empire 30 years before World War II. Then.
No,
yeah.
So they didn't lose.
World War One.
They were on the decline.
World War One.
So they were on the decline, but the deal is when the War of the Atlantic was going on. What was? Hey, Tyler, who was the jackass? Who was the president at that time? He was initials. Anyway, he was a Roosevelt.
Well, FDR was World War II.
Yeah, FDR.
Was World War II.
So for Lend-Lease, FDR.
Wilson, I think was.
Well, Wilson's the one that dropped the bomb, right? It was FDR FDR was the one that actually made
Truman dropped the bomb.
Yeah, Truman dropped the bomb. But you're still too far forward in history because
Lend-Lease happened in
World War One
38 to 42.
But England had already lost its empire completely before.
But one of our requirements for Lend-Lease is that they had to give up on the vast majority of the holdings that they still had.
They didn't have anything. They didn't have anything, and they didn't give up. They didn't give up Hong Kong until 1987, 1988. It was decades.
Yeah, it was 89 or something, or something like that.
Decades after what you're talking about. They didn't have anything to really give up at all for the Lend-Lease stuff. But even at that, I don't think that it was a requirement for us to do Lend-Lease for them to give up that stuff. It might have been just penciled in on the bottom or something. But the reality is that we weren't going to get into the war at all in World War I until a message that in theory was intercepted by, which I think there's a lot of second guessing about this now, but supposedly the Mexican government sent a message to Germany saying that if Germany attacked America, Mexico would attack from the south as in exchange for the southern states.
Yeah. Well, Mexico,
and at that point in the war, England was beat.
Mm-hmm.
They were beat. They couldn't really get ships across the Atlantic because of the wolf packs. They were getting pounded in France, and they were losing pilots every single day during the war. And it was, if you read the history of World War I, it's horrible stuff. And that's when England lost it in World War I, and they've never got it back because they couldn't rebuild. They didn't have the money to rebuild. They couldn't rebuild their shipping empire that they had. They lost everything prior to World War I. Saying that America had anything to do with it. Sorry?
They still had a lot of territories. They still owned half the Middle East at that time. Because that's where the state of Israel comes up. Because it was the British actually giving that land over to the Jews following the Holocaust.
World War II. Yeah.
The British returned. The British couldn't hold it. They didn't give it up. They couldn't hold it. So many of their people. They had so few citizens left
Well, so it wasn't always about the citizens, because the way the British Empire ran was a lot like how the Ottomans ran. The Ottomans would allow people locally to govern themselves with fealty to the crown.
Sure.
And the biggest problem that they would have there normally is that you would have small groups of revolutionaries that would try to go against the crown, but usually they kept
And the crown
people
had
in
power
power.
because they had an army, they had a
Yes.
navy. World War One wiped all that out. They ended up with no navy, zero. They had no navy. They ended up with a shadow of the military that they had. They just didn't. They couldn't hold anything in the world. They had to let it go. You know, it's not that it's trying to make the U.S. the bad guy in that is.
So I think I'm not making them the bad guy. I just think that we cucked them to the point.
Oh, we didn't cuck them at all. If anything, we tried to prop their dumb asses up.
Well, they did it to themselves because they created a fiat currency in the run up to World War I in order to be able to fund their war effort, and they basically committed economic suicide for the sake of World War I, instead of just leaving Germany alone to let it do what it wanted to do, which is what they should have done.
I like this coconut up here above me.
Look, the things that the Kaiser did, I actually don't care what they did. In fact, I think America had the most base stance of all during most of World War I, and that was that it's not our problem.
Again,
we ain't fucking with
even
it.
the reason that we entered into the war is suspect because because most people have never even heard that Mexico was going to collaborate with the Germans and invade the South.
So the problem with the reason why the Germans didn't really do anything is because they didn't have the logistics in order to do it.
Yeah, that was
though they had one of the strongest navies, their navy was still small. It was infantile compared to U.S. naval standards. They didn't have the ability.
Right. Well, okay. To be clear, the political will, like the popular will to involve yourselves in World War I, was the sinking of the Lusitania. Or the Lusitania.
Yeah, the Lusitania.
So, right. So it wasn't like I agree with you that the Mexican War was probably the political reason or like the government reason, but the reason why that convinced the populace it was the sinking of the liner.
Well, no, it was progressive.
That happened months before, though.
It was progressive, intentional propaganda to soften up the people for the war that created the sentiment in the public.
Yeah, that's why the Mexican thing is so suspect as being the tipping point for. I think it was Wilson to. I'm pretty sure it was Wilson who ended up tipping over and saying, "Okay, we're going to go to war." He was doing just like in World War II. America's sentiment was, it's a European problem. It's not our problem. Fuck them.
Do you think that's a regret from the American establishment that we shouldn't have gotten involved in World War II in the first place? Grid?
No, I don't think anybody.
No, not at all.
No, I don't think anybody feels that way. I mean,
do.
I think that I wasn't there, so I can't regret what I did do.
Right.
But here's the thing. When I look back at it, I understand what our forefathers were trying to do, and that was to stay the fuck out of it and be an isolationist nation and continue to just maintain.
I kind of felt like after World War II, we started getting more and more involved in other warfare.
That is where the liberal
World War II set the tone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. So the thing with the World War II is, remember, like, not only did we get involved and it increased our industry, especially going after Japan, we also developed the bomb, right? And the reality is that winning World War II put USA on the world stage as the superpower. Right?
Yeah,
like we were the only country in the world that didn't get bombed the fuck out.
Yeah.
Well, and remember though that FDR engineered our entrance into World War II. And what you don't know, or what you probably have never bothered to know, is that FDR was an adjunct, or he was a assistant or whatever to the Secretary of the Navy during World War I, and it was his influence that actually helped push us into World War I as well. FDR was legitimately involved in getting us into 2 world wars. Like,
I hate the Roosevelts, every last one of them.
Legitimately, he was a factor in both in getting us in both wars.
Mhm.
In World War One, we were staying out of it until the Lusitania was sunk. That was bad, and there was a lot of pro-war sentiment after that, but it wasn't tipping anything. And Wilson was sitting, I believe it was Wilson, was sitting tight. He's like, the president at the time was like, nope, we will sell war material, we will build boats for, we will do lend-lease, we'll do all of that, but we're not getting involved in this shit. And then magically, all of a sudden, the threat of being invaded on the eastern seaboard by the Germans and simultaneously invaded at the southern border by the Mexican government, the army. And at that time, the Mexican army was not a joke. It was a real thing. Like they had a pretty large army. They were pretty sophisticated.
My question here is, why do you guys care about World War II if you're going to follow a fascist now, huh? Look at you now.
Hey, man, it's all about the fascism nowadays.
We didn't elect you. You're not elected. We're not following you. So World War II.
I just want some fascist regime in these fucking blue states where there's a bunch of high crime rates, man.
Look,
I just want to get rid of that shit.
I'll probably say the spiciest thing I could say about World War II. We had no business in Europe. We should have stayed out of Europe.
Yeah, absolutely.
We
had no business anywhere.
The Japanese that attacked us. Well, once the Japanese attacked us, which by the way, we did provoke. We provoked the Japanese attack.
FDR engineered that shit.
Yes, because
100%.
We did an embargo on all oils going to Japan.
It was worse than that.
Well, then wouldn't you say that World War II was to an extent a mistake?
It was a mistake. 100%.
Yeah, to a degree. Like it sounds like
I would say our involvement in Europe was a mistake because Germany didn't do anything to us. However, Japan did.
Yeah.
Okay. Dropping the.
Well, no, that's not factually true. Germany was sinking our boats. Germany literally shelled at least one seaboard city. I want to say it was like New Jersey or somewhere, but maybe it was on the eastern seaboard.
Well, Grid, do you think dropping a nuke on Japan was justified?
Yes,
for sure.
For Pearl Harbor?
Yeah, I think so. Well, no, it wasn't about Pearl Harbor. It was about stopping the war because they wouldn't have stopped.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I get you there.
That's a stupid equivalent to try and make.
No,
I don't think that dropping the bomb was in any way equivalent to how we were attacked. But that's irrelevant to the fact that they were not going to stop.
But I think the repercussions were like night and day between what Japan had to deal with than what we did. That's why I'm kind of making the comparison.
I don't care about that. Look,
I know you don't. Trust me.
So hard, we got anime out of it.
Okay? I know, dude.
Yeah,
I totally get you there. You fuck with us,
Godzilla.
we hit you.
We got Godzilla out of it.
Yeah.
We got Godzilla. I'm just saying, like the repercussions, like you hit us, we hit you sevenfold harder. I get you there. But I am saying, like, the repercussions between the difference is night and day.
I mean, again, remember that when we're talking about this, most of America didn't want to go to war. They only decided to go to war in World War II after Pearl Harbor, which, again, FDR engineered that shit. He literally had our ambassadors in Japan poking at the Japanese at every opportunity, telling them that we were going to, not only were the embargoes going to which they needed the fuel, they needed oil, and we cut them off. Not only were we doing that, but we weren't going to supply them with any weapons. We weren't going to do anything. We were supporting China. That was a move that FDR did, knowing that it was going to antagonize Japan further when we sent the AVG over to fight the and not only did it work.
People don't know about the AVG.
The
Flying Tigers is what he's talking about.
Claire Chenault, man. Yeah. The AVG was so effective and pissed the Japanese off so bad that they still talk about it. They're still pissed about that shit. And and not only that, but right after the attack on Pearl Harbor, Doolittle bombed the shit out of mainland Japan, and like flew off the deck of an aircraft carrier, which nobody had ever done before. Like, it was insane.
Yeah, one of my Sunday school teachers growing up was a Doolittle-rater.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
people
He was
don't remember that. So, but you have to understand that FDR, he wanted to go to war.
Yes,
He wanted to go to war in World War One, and he wanted to go to war in World War Two. FDR was an evil motherfucker, right? Like he was a communist. I can't think of a single redeeming quality about
FDR was a communist.
Yes.
Hold on.
Yeah.
FDR was a communist.
And
Yeah.
Teddy and Teddy is the one that drove him that way, because Teddy was a progressive running under the Republican Party.
Okay, so was Teddy Roosevelt, was he a communist as well? Was he?
No.
But he
he led the communist
he moved
ideology towards.
So he was the one that moved the Roosevelt that way.
As Teddy got older, he
Mhm.
moved in a more socialite group of people.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's when he started doing the national parks. That's when he started doing all these philanthropic things and giving back. And that influenced FDR to some degree. However, FDR became a communist in college, right? He went to, I think, Princeton or Yale. I forget which. I think it was Princeton. And he became a communist in
Yo, you're blowing my mind. You're telling me Teddy was actually dabbling into communism before he became
was essentially the first socialist president that we ever had. He was the closest socialist we had at that time, but he admired
Stalin. He considered
Teddy's so beloved, though. He's such a beloved president.
Why is he beloved? Because he did the national parks. That's why.
Oh, you talking about Teddy or
Teddy Roosevelt?
Because of the national park.
San Juan Hill, man. San Juan Hill. Teddy was a fighter. Panama Canal.
He was a fighter. He was a man. He
was a man's man. That's why he had Maxim suppressors, dude. Teddy Roosevelt was a dude.
Yeah.
You won't see
FDR was
shit on Teddy. You will never see a progressive shit on Teddy because of the national parks, because of him founding that.
Mm-hmm.
That gives him bona fides with the progressive group. I'll tell you, the best president in the history of America is Andrew motherfucking Jackson.
Andrew Jackson. Okay.
Yeah, he ended the second thing in the United States.
Did we say Teddy Roosevelt was a communist?
Well, I guess a socialist ideology.
No, he was a progressive.
He was.
Well, if he lived long enough, would he have been a communist?
No.
He wrote his thesis and his college thesis in law on private property. He was a big capitalist.
Yeah,
he argued the Bull Moose Party was anti-socialist.
Right. The reason that there are people who believe that Roosevelt leaned to progressivism later in life is because he established the national park system, because he moved in socialite circles, and he kind of came to agree with some of the more progressive things that the socialites of the time were preaching. But those progressive things that those socialites were preaching are more conservative than what most conservatives say today. So to say that he was a communist is backwards, right?
I wouldn't call him a communist. I would call him a progressive for his time.
For his time, he was a progressive.
But
you did blow my fucking mind though, Jason, because I'm thinking here that I've always liked Teddy. Now you're telling me, but at the same time, you're kind of telling me some kind of history I didn't know.
His exploits as a soldier, he is a man's man. I will still offer to you.
That's how I've always thought of Teddy.
Admiral
a man's man.
Admiral in General Andrew Jackson is more of a man. He is.
Yeah, that dude got shot on the White House lawn.
Yeah, he drank a lot too, right?
Look, and when they said, Mr. President, the Supreme Court made this decision, and he said, yeah, let's see them enforce it. Andrew Jackson was the man.
Mm-hmm.
He destroyed the centralized Bank of America. I mean, for a Democrat, and yes, he was a Democrat. A Jacksonian Democrat is more of a conservative than most Republicans are today.
Sure,
again,
like the MAGA Republicans, etc. Right?
Yeah, even more like conservatives. So the conservative party back then was just barely more conservative than the average Democrat.
Mm-hmm. But Jackson, oh man, the hero of New Orleans.
Yeah,
the man, the myth, the man who was I believe it was Grid. Wasn't he like orphaned at like 11 and immediately became a member of the Navy? If I remember right,
he had some
the
weird.
Navy.
He had a weird origin story for sure. But the most important thing about him is that when he went to Washington, he only went to Washington when Congress was in session. The rest of the time, he left. He got the fuck out of there. He's like,
Yeah.
In
fact, he was out of like our younger our previous presidents. Like most of the founding fathers died paupers.
Mhm.
Jackson was one of the few within the early stages of America that actually died with wealth.
Well, he was born poor.
Yeah.
Jackson came from nothing.
You can visit his home.
Yeah, Jackson was an orphan. He was orphaned at a very young age, and he became a ward of the Navy.
Yeah, I've been to Hermitage, Grid. You been to Hermitage?
Yeah.
It's
not far from me. But the interesting thing about Jackson to me is how he forced Congress to do their job.
Mm-hmm.
Nancy Pelosi also entered Congress pretty poor and left really rich.
Yeah, there you go, Nancy Pelosi.
They did that in two different ways.
But look, Jackson also beat a man to a pulp on the floor of the Senate because he insulted him. He took his cane away from him and beat him with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul Pelosi almost beat that homeless guy that
wasn't homeless though.
But the beating that he was going to give him wasn't
the most important thing is that Andrew Jackson had a duel on the White House lawn, got shot, took one to the chest, and still killed the motherfucker. Went back inside.
He was a man's man, dude. That guy, Andrew Jackson, for sure.
Yeah, Jackson's
Teddy
Jackson was a
shot
dude
in the chest too, but it was his pocket watch that saved him, and he continued to do that speech. So,
the other thing about but the thing about Jackson is that Congress was just starting to kind of feel their oats because they hadn't actually. I mean, they had existed, but they've been in, and they weren't really professional politicians yet and all that kind of thing. But they were just kind of starting to like do the filibuster thing and drag out Congress. And an important part of history is Jackson was like, hey, this is not how this works. We're here 3 weeks or 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it is. I've got shit to do. I've got crops to plant. I've got, horses to raise, whatever the fuck he's doing down there at the Hermitage. I got shit to do. I can't be here. Get your job done and let's go home. You're here to work for the people. And he's he's not the last, but he's one of the last presidents to truly hold Congress accountable and as an executive in the executive branch.
Well, Jackson was a pawn though, right, for Martin Van Buren, because Martin Van Buren's really the one that started the movement of the Democrat Party that Jackson was the head of initially. Right, Martin Van Buren was kind of the mind behind the scenes, the person calling the shots.
I mean, a lot of people say that, but all the historians attribute that Jackson was actually a very smart man. I don't think he was someone that could be controlled. Now, he certainly could have respected someone enough to agree with them. But I don't think that, not in the way, and certainly not in the way that people are controlled today with political power and all that. He didn't give a shit. He was looking. I think he was looking forward to not being president. He wanted to go back and
I heard about that.
He didn't want to be a politician. He was a servant of the nation. He was proud of his service with the Navy and everything else. He was the hero of New Orleans. That's what drove him to prominence. That's what got him the presidency. And all he really wanted was to do his service to his country and retire. He really
have some beers, etc. Wasn't Jackson wasn't he had an alcohol problem, etc. Once he got
I don't mean we don't know how real that
alcoholic though.
We don't know how real that is.
Well, that's the stories that I've heard, that this guy would drink a lot and he was kind of like
the guy had so you have to understand that one of the things about that time period is that we had a lot of people who got shot like Jackson was shot several times.
And
there's only a couple of painkillers out there, bud.
Yeah. And Jackson is the reason why dueling is no longer allowed in America, because he took it to an extreme. Okay, the man had a body count higher than OF models.
Oh,
Okay?
sure.
But
Dude, this guy fucked. He drank. Like that's the idea that I have with Jackson. He was like a man's man, and he went out there and fuck. He was a killer. This guy was a killer. You know.
Well, he was probably one of the last true public servants. He didn't live in the White House. He visited the White House.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's why he is the best president in the history.
I don't know if
That's a good argument.
The best. I think he was more of a militarist. If you look at the conclusion if you look at the conclusion of the movement that he started, right? Like it ended with James K. Polk, because Polk was one of his lieutenants in the Congress at the time, who eventually became president, and he was a part of the same movement.
Mm-hmm.
And the last of that class of people that came up with Jackson. And what ended up happening is like rampant militarism, and it basically expansion, the Mexican-American War, all kinds of misadventures that basically led to this like massive expansion of the United States that caused a whole lot of problems, right? Like when you're successful.
I disagree. I
think the legacy wasn't anything other than instability that led to the worst president we ever had, Abraham Lincoln, right? I mean, that's basically what his legacy was.
Well, okay, so
I'll disagree with that.
Abraham Lincoln wasn't the worst president, but he was America's first tyrant, and he got exactly what he fucking deserved.
Yeah, so I'm going to disagree with you, Anson.
Whoa,
because
what? Okay.
Polk was not a good president. Okay, he was a very vain man, if I remember right. He and obviously this is from the history books and various accounts, but I believe he was a very vain man. He was very self-important. He was the opposite of Jackson in every way, or in most ways. But yes, certainly it led to further expansion, which we needed. Right, we were a growing nation. It was what was needed. Certainly, I think Polk dropped the ball when it came to the Alamo, when it came to Texas becoming a state, which it didn't do until years after that. He didn't send in the army like he should have, which for certain Jackson would have done.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it cost him, it cost America greatly. That I disagree with your characterization.
I don't know. Polk intentionally provoked the Mexican-American War. He was just following the example of Andrew Jackson and his militarism of slaughtering Indians haphazardly just to gain military glory. Right? I mean, he's an evil man.
Now you're just being contrarian.
No, I'm not.
Now you're just being contrarian.
Well,
because Polk didn't antagonize. Polk didn't antagonize the Mexicans. They were refusing to recognize the legitimacy of the new Louisiana Purchase. They were refusing to recognize the sovereignty of Texas, and they were refusing they were not, well, I guess refusing isn't the right word. They were aggressively moving into areas that we had that the United States had purchased, and by the way, we were still paying for.
Mm-hmm.
We were still paying that. We had a note on that, right? So we had to pay. So I don't think. I think that's a complete mischaracterization of history.
Hold on, I gotta ask the border jumper, I guess. So you don't think Abraham Lincoln was a tyrant?
Okay, I'm so glad that you brought that up, because that was on my mind the entire time. You made that fucking claim, and I was just
That's
like,
not a claim.
what?
It is just how it is.
Okay, well, that's your claim here. So I'm not a historian or anything like that, but I know Grid is way more versatile when it comes to history. Well, hold on. I'm just so curious. You made the claim that Abraham Lincoln is the first tyrant. You said that.
Yeah,
that was
tyrant, I agree with
American tyrant. Okay.
Yes.
I'm so curious on that. Can you expand on that?
Okay, so very simple.
Please.
So he suspended the Constitution for a corridor throughout Maryland all the way up into Pennsylvania, with the exact reason to imprison all of his political enemies. Anyone that talked out against the administration immediately went into prison, just like what we saw on January 6th. Okay, There was the exact.
Is Donald Trump a
same
tyrant?
thing. No, Donald Trump. Donald Trump didn't do that. That was the Biden administration that did that.
Okay.
Biden is actually the second tyrant, and he didn't get what he fucking deserved.
So wait,
Okay?
Biden is the second tyrant
Yeah.
after Abraham Lincoln?
Yes.
Okay. Go on.
Because they imprisoned.
Okay, so
they
let's-
actually imprisoned.
hold on. We got to lay some groundwork here, Sparky.
Yeah.
So, Jake, you do realize that when the southern states seceded from the Union, they existed as a separate nation for over a year before they were invaded by the United States.
So the Southern was a separate nation from the North.
Yes.
The North
For
was
a
considered
year.
America,
Yes,
Federal
for a
States of
solid year.
and then the North, after a year, invaded the South.
Yes.
Okay, I did not know that. Go on, Vic.
It's a very important point in history because the way history presents it is that the states were just talking about seceding and the North came down to stop them and we fought back. But that's not what happened. The southern states said, hey, we're seceding. We voted on it. We're separate states and we can do that. We voted to be part of the Union. We can vote to be not part of the Union.
Sure.
And nobody had a problem with it until Lincoln came into power. And when Lincoln came into power, Lincoln said, well, we can't do that. The southern states at that time were the richest states in the Union.
Really?
Yes, because
of slavery, I would assume, right? They had
slavery had nothing to do with it. It was an agricultural society. We were not an industrial society at this time.
Okay.
So all of our
the industry there was in the North, which were textile mills and various factories, relied on raw materials that were brought in through the South. Plus, we had all of the Four Season ports. So when in New York, when it got very cold and everything iced over, we were still down. You could still sail right into Tampa Bay, baby.
Okay, but at the same time, if Abe did that,
which was
but if Abe decided to conquer out the South, etc., right? You're calling him a tyrant.
He didn't want to conquer it.
No, he wanted to
to combine it. Yeah.
He wanted to dissolve our government.
So the second part of why he is America's first tyrant, you actually have to read the Emancipation Proclamation. In the very center of it, as he talks about the sins of slavery and everything else, and he was an abolitionist, he also justified slavery in every territory that was still held by Union control.
Yeah. And they did not give up slaves until after the Civil War. So
I'm putting a link in the back chat. Thomas DiLorenzo wrote a really good book on Abraham Lincoln. He's the head of the think tank that I really like. It would be really good for you to read that, coconut guy.
Coconut.
Yeah. I'm a coconut. I'm brown on the outside, white on the inside.
Let me throw in there real quick. So I want to just kind of address your argument there.
Which one?
Abraham Lincoln, Jason's first point, not second.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Abraham Lincoln was a tyrant because he targeted his own political enemies within his country, but they were already a different country. This happened after the war.
It wasn't just people who left, who were members of the CSA.
This is before,
he actually did it to journalists. He did it to rival senators and representatives up in Pennsylvania, Maryland, things like that. So it wasn't.
To help Sparky out here, it wasn't he hadn't yet gone after the southern states. We're talking about bankers, politicians, as he says, that anyone that disagreed with Lincoln's stance on going into the southern states, anyone that was a constitutionalist who said, no, they have the right to secede, he threatened, and if they didn't shut their mouths, he imprisoned. And Sparky's right about that. He actually locked people up.
Yeah, I get that. But see, so what they did was they locked up anywhere from 13 to 14,000 people during the course of the war. This didn't. The suspension only originally happened between D.C. and Philadelphia because supply lines were being sabotaged, and then was expanded a year later to the rest of the United States, well into the war. But most of the people that were arrested, it's documented that most of them were what they called Copperheads, Confederate sympathizers, and that's what I think you guys are talking about. But there were draft dodgers, deserters, blockade runners, spies, saboteurs, and people inciting rebellion. So most of those arrests were probably warranted during wartime suspension of habeas.
The fact that he immediately imprisoned political opponents because
But this was
it wasn't
before he went.
smugglers and stuff. That the initial people that he went after was his political rivals. He did exactly what Biden did with the Jan 6 committee and everything else. So you've got to understand the mindset. Was everyone a political enemy? No, of course not. That would completely. But you also have to understand, we don't teach American history. We teach American mythology. Okay. The idea that there was a cornucopia at Thanksgiving and yada, yada, yada. It was a fucking Indian head that was the actual centerpiece. Okay. We were the Thanksgiving celebration was literally a massacre of one of the tribes in combination with another tribe and then feasting afterwards. Okay. We teach mythology to people. We don't teach actual American history.
Yeah, and one important fact about Lincoln is that he instituted the first income tax during his presidency. That was probably like the worst thing a president's ever done.
I would argue Reconstruction was worse, but I mean, yeah. But yeah, he did that to pay back that following the Civil War. But the deal is, Lincoln literally suspended the Constitution, not for the entire Union, but only for a specific corridor, and it was to target certain individuals. We have seen.
I do agree with. So both of you guys are right. I'm not gonna mince words here. Before he went south, he locked up his dissenters so that he could go south, because most of America at the time didn't really give a shit about the southern states seceding. Yeah. It was only the industrialists in the north, and a few other people like Lincoln. And Lincoln really only cared. I can't really. I mean, obviously, you can't read tone, right? Mm-hmm. But it's hard to tell if Lincoln was honestly concerned about reuniting the states and having an actual union and all of that, or if it was simply that he was. There's a little bit of vanity in it. He didn't want that. He didn't like the fact that they had seceded. He didn't like the fact that they weren't able to tax.
So I'll argue that it was his legitimate thoughts, because if you even look at journals and stuff that he wrote back at that time, because he actually would even mention that then. Now, was that some ploy? It could have been. He could have had that foresight. But Lincoln actually did believe in the unity. He wanted the Union to exist. But the idea that he was an abolitionist for slavery, but he wasn't as staunch as like we teach people in history. His in-laws were slavers, and he married into that family.
Well, his first inaugural address was all about how slavery forever, right? He was very pro-slavery. If you go back and actually read what he said,
what the statement says is that even though he detests the practice of slavery, he would rather keep that horrible institution going than to divide the Union.
Wouldn't you say that's like kind of like a necessary evil in order to build the United States at the time?
To build the United States. So
or to build some type of establishment to move forward.
I hate that the country was.
That there was never a. Jake, you know that the South didn't actually lose the war, right? We just declared a ceasefire.
Okay. All right.
No, that's just I'm being
okay. So they declared a ceasefire, but the North did not. So therefore, by default, the North. Now, let me ask you this.
No. We agreed to a ceasefire.
Yes.
Who's we?
The South and the North agreed to a ceasefire.
Okay.
That's it. There was never any like, hey, you won.
So nobody won the fucking war. Then is what you're telling me? Nobody technically won the war.
Actually won the war, because when you see where the actual surrender happens is during the Reconstruction period, where basically the South was under militaristic control and governorship for decades. I mean, there was several rebellions that happened. In fact, in Mobile, Alabama, the birthplace of Mardi Gras in America, by the way. A lot of people think it's New Orleans. They're wrong. Joe Cane Day. The reason why they celebrate Joe Cane Day is because during Reconstruction, the Monday before Fat Tuesday, they were going to do a parade, and the Union soldiers told him no, and Joe Kane killed like 4 soldiers. That was one of the biggest uprisings that happened. So it's there. We don't teach this stuff.
Yeah, they came
Yeah,
down.
well,
They,
Jason.
they basically screwed with us, essayed our women, and beat us into oblivion, and came down here and basically took over our property, and it was a really bad situation for the South for about a decade or so or longer, and that's why the South hated the North for so long after the war. Is because they abused it.
I kind of want to stick up for Lincoln a little bit. There's a lot of hate coming in, so I'm not going to be able to get to all your points.
Hate. It's not hate.
I know, but if I missed something, just let me know. I'm sorry if I fucked something up. You guys are saying a lot, so I'm trying to get each one in real time. But so the habeas protection was, again, on a railway because that railway was being sabotaged. It was to transport military goods. So they put habeas protections just on that railway. What happened with the newspaper editors, it was Chicago Times and New York journalists that were being arrested, and almost every single one of them was released nearly immediately. They weren't detained for long amounts of time and told you're no longer allowed to print the news or be objective anymore. Maryland legislators, this is probably as Jason's strongest claim, Maryland legislators were thinking about seceding, and they were arrested to prevent the secession vote. And then, other than that, another guy was arrested because they said his speech was kind of urging resistance. It was borderline incitement. They arrested him. They tried him. He got out innocent, and everything was good. So it wasn't like they were en masse arresting people. Almost all of them were criminals, and Congress was the one.
I mean, they didn't have the power. I mean, you're talking about another time, right? You couldn't en masse arrest anybody.
Yeah. They didn't have that capability.
The charge is that Lincoln is a tyrant. I wouldn't call him a tyrant if the powers he's using to do that tyranny were granted to him and advised to be used.
They were not granted. He suspended the Constitution.
No, they were passed. It was a congressional bill that passed the powers to suspend habeas.
No, he was a tyrant because he started the war to protect the tariffs that were in place to fund his crony capitalist friends, right? It was a crony system set up to benefit his political allies. He is a disgusting human being for killing 850,000 people for monetary reasons.
His reason for the war was that when they seceded, they took a bunch of federal property with them, including a bunch of military bases that belonged to the U.S. government.
So the reason why they say that the shots at Fort Sumter was a shot heard around the world is because it was actually in a dispute over equipment. Union troops were coming to get cannons and stuff out of the fort, and the Confederates that had actual physical property of Fort Sumter said no, finders keepers. So Tyler is not wrong. But the actual fighting that started
very generous. It's a very generous.
Yes, it is a very generous. But look, I'm trying to be fair and equitable with my historical interpretations. It literally came down to the Confederates didn't want to relinquish some of the equipment, and that's what actually started the initial fighting. But the actual war didn't start till about a year later because it took them time to amass troops and everything else. And the southern states were actually winning the war. Where they fucked up is where they went from a defensive campaign and they went into an offensive. When they started to do the push into Gettysburg and everything else, that's when they fucked up. Otherwise, the Union couldn't touch the South. Every time they tried to do incursions into Virginia and everything, the volunteers would run them off because they had home field advantage and everything else. The biggest problem that existed during the Civil War for either side was always going to be logistics. It's because the technology did not exist to keep the supply lines open. So
Grid, are we not doing the debate show? Because if not, I think I'm going to go ahead and drop off, man.
Hold on, Anson, before you go, I have a question for Anson, Grid, and Jason, because you guys have kind of stated a lot of statements about Abraham Lincoln that I'm very curious on. Now, my curiosity comes from when I was growing up, Abe Lincoln, George Washington, these guys are kind of considered some of the greatest presidents.
They were your hero.
Yeah, they're heroes. They're heroes. Like
I call it a mythology. Okay.
So here comes to my question, because when I was growing up, Abe has been my favorite president growing up since I was a kid until Donald Trump, etc. You compared. You said that Abe is a tyrant. Anson just described him as a despicable human being, a piece of shit, etc. Right? And then you guys even said that outside of Abe, Joe Biden is the next one up, which I hate Joe Biden.
Well,
I think
made
this
that
guy.
claim that no one
You
else
made
did.
that claim,
I
yes.
don't speak
Yeah, yeah.
for anyone else.
So,
But
look,
I think
yeah.
Washington was.
I just
was the
think I just
second one.
acknowledge I just acknowledge history. I don't try and look at it through a
Sure.
modern lens.
Sure.
I don't try and put current values
Right.
on history. Lincoln, I don't believe. Do I think Lincoln was evil? No, I don't think he was evil.
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
think it was evil. I just think he was a tyrant.
Okay, but the thing is, okay, so look at my perspective. When I see Donald Trump in natural day history, they call Donald Trump a tyrant. They call him a authoritarian. They use these same types of rhetoric that you have been using on Abe Lincoln right here. My question to you guys, Anson, Grid, and Jason, I just want to get this cleared up. Why is it that now the propaganda of Abe Lincoln being the hero that I grew up with, like saying that Abe was the guy, he freed slaves, right? He was the great guy, honest Abe, right? That's the thing that I grew up with. How did the propaganda and why was the propaganda so flourishing on Abe Lincoln being the good guy? Why do you think that is?
Populist. He was really the first. I mean, well, maybe not the first, but he was a populist president. That the winners get to write the history.
Sure.
And I think for the most part, if you were from the South, you were probably taught a more accurate vision, or not vision, but you were taught a more accurate version of Lincoln and his actual history, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're from the North, who they had like the longest funeral procession, I think, in history when Lincoln died, right?
Right.
But none of those people fought in the war. None of those people had their homes destroyed. None of those people knew anything about the war but what they had read, right? Or who, maybe.
Right.
Maybe some pensioner from the army had said, come and talk to them about. So their homes weren't burned. Their property wasn't destroyed. Their families weren't necessary. I mean, obviously a lot of Union soldiers were killed too, but
Right.
It just didn't have that effect. So that's why Lincoln, and again, the victors write the history books. So, it's very hard to even find a negative connotation of Lincoln unless you dig for it. You literally have to read what Lincoln himself wrote. You have to read what his contemporaries wrote. Now, as modernity has moved on, he is one of the most written about presidents in history. There's tons of people have torn his life apart now. And a more true version comes out,
Right.
and it's the same thing when we take someone like Robert E. Lee, for example.
Yeah.
Who Lincoln begged him to be the general for the Northern Army. Literally begged him, and he said no.
Wanted to stay
Yeah.
home.
He said no. Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted
that I
to
know.
defend his home. So
he was the most honorable person in the Civil War.
So, Jake, I'm sure you've heard some arguments in favor of the defending the people of Gaza. I'm sure you'll notice a few of those parallels here tonight. That maybe the South fucked around and found out. In my opinion,
I'll tell you,
around. They
and
then they found out when the army came in.
So I will tell you.
I'll tell you this. Hold on, Tyler. I'll tell you this, man. I think that's a totally different subject that I know a lot more on that to actually have an argument on those perspectives. Which, bro, to be honest, like maybe one day we can have that debate on the Gaza Israel situation. I would love to have that with you. Yes, for sure, for sure. But in this situation, I don't want to go into that the
Sure.
Jew argument here. But
Are you a Palestine guy? Are you an Israel guy? Or are you
Palestine and Israel, I don't support either one.
Yeah.
see now so I'll go ahead and say the thing. I am a pure Zionist. I'm also
Okay.
an American, but I'm an American nationalist as well. So I just say it's not our
Are you a
problem.
Christian?
I'm a Messianic Jew. So yes, I'm a Jew with Jesus.
Oh, you're Jewish.
So I practice old school Judaism.
Are
but
you
also
ethnically Jewish?
Christianity. Yeah, yes, there is some ethnic Jew in me, yes.
Some
But there
ethnic, okay.
yeah, I'm like an eighth or whatever. It's not a big deal. But
Uh-huh.
no, I follow the Torah and I follow the New Testament as well. So I
Mhm.
believe Jesus Christ is Savior. Yes, I am a Christian, but I'm not like most Christian sects. I believe the Old Testament is still legitimate and valid. So
Mhm.
there's a delineation there.
So you believe that Jesus is your Lord and Savior?
Jesus is God. Yes.
He is God. Okay, cool. The Jews, as far as religious Jews, they don't believe that.
The Orthodox, rabbinical, and the newly made up Reformed Jews do not believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. That is why we distinguish ourselves by calling ourselves Messianic Jews.
Okay, interesting. That's something that I need to learn about for
It's-
sure. Because from like, for example, the Ben Shapiro Jews, etc., the religious Jews,
Yes.
like Orthodox Jews, they tend to say that Jesus Christ is not the Messiah. He's
Well, they
not the
say he
Savior. He's
was
not God.
And the reason why is because there are certain signs that they don't agree with that wasn't certain parts of the prophecy that was not fulfilled in
Okay.
their eye. That's why they're still looking for the red heifer and things like that.
Oh yeah, that's crazy to me. But
So it's
so you are a Christian then?
yes, very much so.
Okay,
So
Okay.
it's just
you're a
like-
Zionist though, right? Correct.
oh, totally. Yes, I believe
Okay.
I believe that the Israeli state has every right to exist. I just don't think that they have to have our support to do so.
Do you believe Palestine should exist?
Absolutely not. Muslims are the scourge of the earth and should be eliminated.
Based.
No,
Okay,
that's not
so-
based.
I look.
Okay, so hold on,
A lot of
really,
people tell
hold
you they're a
on.
1A. A
Hold
lot
on.
of people will tell you that they are a 1A absolutist. I am not, because I believe Islam should not be practiced in the West. There are several religions that should not be practiced here. So just
Sure.
understand, I am a bit of a tyrant when it comes to certain things.
Okay, fair enough. I'm glad you're honest with me, though. I'm glad.
Like
you're honest with me.
Lincoln.
So
Yeah.
like Lincoln. But yeah, I'll tell you this, man. That's an interesting perspective here. I will tell you this. I do believe that innocent people have the right to exist. I think innocent people have the right to choose whether they follow Jesus Christ or not. Everybody has the choice of whether they follow that direction or not. And I think everybody has a perspective to where they follow Jesus Christ, along with the Jews and the Palestinians and Muslims, etc. So I do believe that everybody, Jews, Muslims, etc., everybody that's away from the Father, away from the Son and God, do have the right to exist in order to come back to the Father. Come back to the Father.
So I stated that Muslims do not have the right to exist because they
Yeah, but you
follow
do know
a-
that Muslims have could change their mind and come to Christianity,
I'm
correct?
sure they could, and
Yes, but you want to put them to death. That's where we
no. I just
are
say
di-
they need to be erased from the earth. That doesn't mean
yeah,
they
but
die. They
that's
come
where we
after they die.
disagree, my friend. That's where we
But-
disagree.
Yeah, no, that's
Well,
fine. So the
yeah.
reason why I say that is because I've actually read the Quran, the Hadiths, and the Shuras. I actually understand their religion.
And I'm sure it's evil. And I totally agree with you. Like
so-
Islam is evil. I think Judaism is also evil. But
I think Judaism is misguided in certain ways, certain areas. But I wouldn't call it evil.
well, they don't fall. They don't believe that Jesus is God, correct?
No, well, that is their
So
fault.
they
That is
worship
their
a
biggest
different-
fault. No,
yeah. So they worship a God that is not
Adonai-
true, correct?
No, they worship
No?
the actual same God. They just don't recognize the divinity of Yeshua.
You mean the divinity of Jesus Christ, not
Yes,
Yeshua.
Yeshua-
Let's
Yeshua is
call
his
let's call
actual Hebrew
Jesus
name.
by his real name.
His name is Yeshua. Then
No, it's
I
Jesus.
hate to break it to you.
Yeah,
He was
I
a
hate to break
Jew.
it to you. It's Jesus. This is what the Jews do. Is that the language is misguiding here, bro.
Yeah, you
and
hear that, Jew
we'll
boy?
have that on a different.
You're
We'll
trying
have
to
that on a different
manipulate
scale.
us, Jew
But
boy.
we can establish that Jesus is God, correct?
Yes,
And the Jews do not worship Jesus, correct?
the Jews do not worship Jesus. No. They do not.
No, the
see
Jews
him
don't
as
worship
Messiah.
Jesus.
They do not believe that Jesus is the Messiah. They do not
Sure.
understand the divinity.
They don't believe he's
don't
God.
understand the
Yes.
Trinity of God, but they
Yes.
do worship the same God.
The no,
The
no, they
Christian God
worship
and
the
the Jewish God are the actual same thing. Hate to break it to you. It's just that Jews don't understand the Trinity. They don't understand the Holy Trinity. That is not a thing in Judaism. So that's where the
same
difference
thing
lies.
with the Muslim religion. They don't understand the Trinity as well.
Well,
Would you agree? Would you agree that we should give
they
the
worship
same
the
grace?
prophet, though.
We should give the same grace to Muslims as we do with the Jews.
No.
Okay, no, and not at all. What about
Absolutely
Hindus?
not.
What about Hindus?
They're not. So the
Hindus
reason why-
literally worship like multiple gods.
Yes, they
Should
do.
we give the same grace to them?
Well, we should give them the
You
opportunity.
want
to
doctors?
convert.
Well,
But-
Why
I mean,
not the Muslims?
Hold on. I think that you
Oh.
guys are talking past each other here. When he says erase from the earth, he means that the religion should not exist.
Oh, not the people? Do you believe the people
the
should be
people
erased or
convert
the
all day.
religion?
The religion needs to be erased.
Okay. Do you believe Hindu religion should be erased?
Absolutely.
Do you
but
believe the Jewish religion should be erased and everybody
I
should be
do
Christian?
believe it needs to actually be reformed and brought.
No, erased completely and be
No.
Christians.
No, because I think that
Okay,
they follow the
okay.
same.
So I
think
would
they
agree with
follow
you.
my religious views.
Yeah.
Because I
Same thing
am-
with me. Christianity. I
Well-
believe the Jewish religion should be erased as well
Which
as
sect
the
of-
Muslim
which sect of
religion, as well as
Christianity are
Hindus,
you?
etc. And we should actually have an establishment of Christianity.
So, which sect of Christianity are you?
Orthodox.
You're
I think if you
Orthodox.
read the
Yes.
Bible a little harder, Jake, you'd find your donkey would knock you
I
for
think
that.
Tyler, you should shut up because you are an atheist fucking lunatic
I
here.
don't
Your
ever
donkey-
That is
Your
you're
donkey
literally
would mock
you're
you for
literally
this
a
take.
fucking Coomer, bro. Shut the fuck up,
Your
dude.
donkey would
All
mock
right.
you for this take. It's in the Bible.
Okay, Coomer.
I'm just saying.
I'm talking
man,
to
it's in
Jason
the
here. I'm talking to
Bible.
Jason here. Jason, I'm
atheists
just
never
stating
be
this.
engaged
I do believe that Christianity is the main religion. We should worship Jesus, the Holy Father, and the Spirit. So I'm just saying this. I think these religions, as far as Judaism, as far as a Muslim, Hindus, I agree with you. That should be all wiped out, except in your case because you're an ethnic 1/8 Jew. You don't believe that the Judaism religion should be wiped out. So that's my point here.
I believe that one of Christianity's main faults is the fact that it stepped away from the Jewish traditions. A lot of people don't even understand that the Last Supper was actually the celebration of Passover. Jesus was a Jew. He died a Jew.
The
The
king
founder-
of the Jews.
The founder of the Orthodox religion, as far as I understand.
Yeah,
I
John.
could be
Yeah, I
wrong.
totally get you
John
there, but
was a
that's
Jew.
ethnic. Yeah, but that's ethnic.
No.
That's
He was
ethnic.
a practicing Jew. He was a Messianic Jew. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, but that's ethnic Jews. Again, after Jesus died for our sins,
It's not
it
about
went.
ethnicity, brother.
sh-
It's-
Now
he
I know
actually
that. I know
followed-
that.
he still
I'm talking
celebrated
about
Passover, he still
religiousness.
celebrated
After the
all
New
the
Testament, after
Jewish-
Jesus died, then we become Christians. It's the Christian.
Yes.
It's the Christian.
It is through the Messiah sacrificing himself, saving the rest of the world.
What
all
what
this other stuff, yes.
what
But
what
that's where
denomination
delineation
of Christian are you?
I'm Messianic Jew.
Messianic Jew. Okay.
Yeah.
It means he
is-
believes in a
I-
Messiah. He believes in Jesus.
You know, man, I need to look into that exactly of what you believe because I can ask you questions. I need to
That
look
would be-
into the Messianic Jews.
Jake, I know that Orthodox claim to be the oldest Christian faith, but technically Messianic Jews would be the oldest.
Okay, well, we'll look into that because
now I don't shit on the Orthodox religion. In fact, I think the Orthodox.
I don't shit on any religion.
Yeah,
this is
actually,
actually my problem with this conversation, right?
Mhm.
To me, there's only Christian and non-Christian.
Yes,
I really don't give a shit about
Correct.
anything else.
yes,
I actually believe that as far as the Jewish are concerned, they're just simply one step removed, right? Like I don't understand all of the hate that they get. They just simply don't. Their only thing is that they deny that.
the Trinity. They deny Jesus.
They deny.
They deny that
They
Jesus
deny
is
Jesus.
the Son of God, right? Because they don't.
Yeah,
They don't acknowledge.
they're heresies.
Wait.
Like that. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, but see the.
That's
deal
how I
is-
think of them.
They would-
as. Like
well,
maybe I'm
hey,
wrong. Maybe
Jake,
I'm wrong,
Jake,
Jason.
Jake, calm down. They would also say that you were committing a heresy by saying that Christ is the Son of God.
Yeah, and they would be wrong.
Well,
Yeah, and I know it goes back
I
to
agree
the
with
same
you.
aspect of
So,
that.
so I'll agree with you on that. But
This is a matter of faith, and this is why we
Sure.
can never, which is a serious fucking problem in the world today. You should never bash someone else's religion. You should never, ever try and push.
But we
religion
bash
on
the
somebody else.
Muslims, and they.
I didn't bash the Muslims.
Oh yeah, you didn't.
No,
but
I
I'll
did
bash
that.
the Muslims.
I do that, but that's because of I actually have a disdain for them. But it's
Yeah,
not
but
a-
I
it's
don't.
not
I
a
want
religious
grace
judge.
for them.
Let me
That's the
finish my
difference
thought
between
here.
you and I, Jason.
me-
Is
let
that
me
I want
finish
grace
my-
for the Muslims.
Let me finish my thought here. The problem is this is all a matter of faith.
Mhm.
You don't know that you're right. I don't know that I'm right. I don't know that Sparky's not right.
I know I'm right.
Soon enough, we're going to find out.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
We'll figure that
Yeah,
out.
we
Because
will.
we are all going to die. The number one thing that we're going
I'll
to
put my whole life on that
right. And as you should
with our
as you
faith.
believe,
Yes.
right.
Yes.
The problem comes in is when you start telling other people like the Jewish that they should not do the things that they do. I just ignore them, right? It's inconsequential to me. The way that I look at it, and the way that I think that God wants me to look at it, is that if they come to me and they ask me about it, then I will share, I will witness to them.
Do you tell secularists?
Otherwise, I don't care.
Do you tell secularists that they're in the wrong though?
No,
We don't
You
give
don't-
a fuck.
I don't because
doesn't,
I
yeah.
don't because
Mhm.
unless they come to me and ask me to, then I witness to.
Well,
them.
what if they tell you, Grid, your God, you just worship a what is it, a sky daddy? Do you tell them that
No,
they're wrong?
You know what? I tell them that they can believe whatever they want to believe, and if they really push me, and actually I've said this before live on this show.
Mhm.
I'm not the one going to hell.
Look,
You can
y'all
believe
are,
whatever
but-
you
but
want to believe.
Look at what you
can
just said
believe
right there,
whatever you
Grid.
want to believe.
Look at what you just
I'm
said
not
there.
the one going to hell.
But Grid,
So-
we shouldn't, as Christians, condemn
I'm not
judgment,
condemning
final
anyone.
judgment.
I'm simply making an observation.
But-
y'all are explaining why it's very important to understand that atheism is the fastest growing religion in the world, and it will do away with all of the problems that y'all are having with each other.
I don't have a
And
problem.
I don't have
Anson,
any
I'll tell you
problems with
this:
anyone here.
I don't believe that you're going to. I don't believe anybody here is going to hell because the final judgment is God, right? I don't have the right to actually tell anybody that they're going to hell here.
So here's how I
et
actually
cetera.
deal with this stuff, and the best way for me to explain it is to homosexuals and their activities should not be acceptable under Christian
agree.
values. Would you agree? Now,
Yes.
I will tell you that a homosexual cannot be a member of the clergy. They should not be a leader in the church. Neither should women. That's
Yes.
because that is God's law.
Yeah.
Okay. However, I will never shun a homosexual from my synagogue. If a homosexual comes over and they are coming to learn and they want to be part of our religion, we will tell them.
Would you
We're
do
more
the same
than
thing with the
clear.
Muslim?
Actually, yes. If they came to
Okay.
us and they wanted salvation, we would let them come in,
Okay,
and we would not condone their actions. We would not condone their lifestyles. We
Okay.
would not condone,
great.
these other heretical beliefs.
Sure.
But I think that the religion of Islam needs to be eviscerated because it is a conqueror's religion. It is antithetical to the
And
West.
Hinduism, right? And
Sure,
all these
but
other ones.
Hinduism
Okay,
doesn't
great.
have that same.
Yeah, the traction. I get you there. But
No,
we can
no,
all
it's
agree
not
that
about the
these
traction.
religions.
It's not about the traction.
What is the
So it is
traction?
a-
Because Muslims is one of the, I think it's like the third biggest religion outside of Christianity.
It is
So
actually the second.
second,
but-
I'm sorry,
But
second.
it
But-
will overtake Christianity if we don't actually step up against it. But here's my
Yes.
reason why I want it to be eviscerated and removed completely from the face of the earth. It's because in the religion, it is actually demanded that
Mhm.
you will force people to convert at the blade of the sword.
Facts.
Okay.
That's
And-
true.
Yeah.
And if the West allows these heretical invaders
Well,
to
look
come
at
in,
Zandami, right? Over there in
Well,
New York.
so- Mondami is just a symptom. The real actual problem, the first thing that should have been a sign is when they put a mosque at the 9/11 site.
Sure, yes.
Because that is a trophy.
Yes, and Jason, you have to realize that these fuckers, and dude, I agree with you. This should be abolished, just like any other religion, and I would put Judaism in there. And I know you don't, etc., but I do agree with you that Muslims should be abolished. The ideology should be abolished. We agree there.
Here's why
when it comes to radical, hold on,
to be abolished, and I'll make it real simple for you.
Go for it.
Who are God's chosen people?
Christians.
No, who are God's chosen people?
Christians.
It is said in the Bible.
Yes, the sons of Abraham, right? The followers of Abraham.
Who would that
it's
be?
Christians.
It would be the Jews.
It would be Christians, bro.
And the Muslims.
No, the Muslims do not follow Abraham.
Christians are.
It's an Abrahamic religion, but it actually comes from. I'm trying to remember the epistemology of it.
Do you believe Ben Shapiro is the chosen, one of the chosen people of God? Ben Shapiro.
Do you have
an Orthodox Christian? I'm sorry, an Orthodox Jew.
So do you? Here, I'll counter that with this. Do you have a family? Do you have a favorite member of your family? Your sister, your brother, your brother, your father?
No. I don't favor anybody. No.
You don't have any favorites. It's weird.
No.
Yeah. So God actually has a favorite race. The race happens to be the descendants of Abraham, which would be the Jewish people. Now, that doesn't mean that he doesn't hold them accountable for the actions or the inactions.
Yeah, that's where we disagree. I think this is where the distinction come from.
It's because you don't follow the Torah, you don't follow the Old Testament, and that's fine.
Yeah, I don't follow the Torah, which is blasphemy. But I'm saying this.
The Old Testament.
No, the chosen people of God is the Christians, not the Jews.
Okay.
But Jason,
we'll
I get you on your biasy. I get you that you have some type of ethnicity towards the Jews. You are ethnically Jewish, you said.
I mean, yeah. But
well, you are, yeah. It's kind of like I'm Hispanic, right? I'm Mexican.
So the reason why I say that, because it actually says that the sons of Abraham are the chosen people. If you look at the epistemology, if you look at all of it, those are Jews, buddy. Now, where it changes is when
do you believe the same Jews today in today's Judaism? Do you believe that Christians should follow like Benjamin Netanyahu and the state of Israel and their actions, and we shouldn't condemn them? We should follow them all the way through with American values. We should support them on whatever decisions they make.
Give two shits about Israel. So that's the
because the thing is, when you say
I agree they should exist, but I have no care.
Well, at the same time, this is the Jewish people, and we should follow whatever they fucking whatever they're saying here.
Where is that said? You keep saying that, but I've never heard that before.
I don't
heard
think
what
you have
before?
to take orders from Israel at all.
I've never heard that the Jews are the master race.
I mean, there's only
I don't believe that either.
I'm trying to understand. No, but you keep referencing it, and so I'm trying to understand why you
chosen people. It's all in the Old Testament. Have you not read the Old Testament?
Being the chosen people doesn't mean that they're somehow superior to anybody else.
It's what gives them the right to commit genocide in Gaza. Haven't y'all figured this out?
Oh, Jesus! Don't.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Benjamin Netanyahu and the state of Israel has, according to stats, they've killed over 100,000 people over there in Gaza. Should we follow that? Should we support that type of ethnic cleansing, whatever you want to call it?
60,000 at the worst numbers.
Oh, let's say 60,000. Fine, 60,000. Should we support that as Christians?
I'm ambivalent. I don't care.
As Americans,
you don't care.
I just don't care.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys don't care. I would say that again. I give grace to the people. And I think that people need to have establishment to come back to Jesus Christ.
Why don't you have grace for the Jews then?
I do have grace for the Jews. I'm not saying to wipe out the Jews. I'm saying that everybody needs to have a chance to come back to Jesus Christ. But to sit there and say that I don't care about the Palestinians and them dying is disgusting. Well, yeah, I think that's a disgusting thing to say, because at the end of the day, the Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israel state are destroying 80% of the infantry the buildings over there in Gaza that will resort.
Buildings. I mean, why not?
Okay.
Okay, well, that's my point. Is about grace, Grid.
So let me
You
ask
give no
you-
grace to these people, these poor people that have
I'm giving
kids.
Hold on, no,
children.
Stop. No, bullshit. Stop.
Okay,
Yeah,
where's the bullshit?
that's
Where's the
bullshit.
bullshit, bro? Where's the bullshit?
Got it all for you.
I don't give grace to either side because both of them are aggressors upon each other. They're both shooting at each other, Jake. They're both shooting at each
When
other.
I talk about grace, is coming back to Jesus, Grid.
And they can. They're welcome to do that as soon as they stop shooting at each other.
Okay. Has there
I'm not getting in the middle of them
has there
shooting at
ever
each other,
been a
Jake.
time in history where they're not shooting at each other?
That's
Yeah.
not my concern, Jake.
But it kind of is if you're going to
No, it
give
is
grace to
not.
these people. Yes,
No,
it
it is
is,
not.
Grid.
It is not. I'm
Go
not
ahead,
getting
Tyler.
in the way
There was
of people shooting at each other. We're not the world police.
There was a
Okay, so let's
ceasefire.
say black people. Black people kill each other all the time. Do black people deserve grace?
That's wait.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's
How
here in
do-
America.
so
Do
if-
they?
So I'll give you the answer. If two black people are shooting at each other,
Yeah, do they deserve some type of grace in order to come back to
you
Jesus?
what? So what I'm supposed to do? What you're telling me is I
Is
have
to value
pick
their
a
life.
side?
Hopefully
I
they
have to
they
pick a
stay
side
alive
between those two. Why?
to give
Why do I have to pick a
justice.
side?
Yeah,
Why
to
do
give,
I- who gets
to
the
give-
justice, Jake?
They deserve grace, but
yeah.
they
So
also
there's a
deserve
difference between
justice.
God's justice and human justice, right? With
Who
our
gets
justice,
the justice?
yeah, the
Which
justice
one of
comes.
those two people shooting each other do I pick?
So really quick, when it comes to justice, it's God's
Israel.
justice, which is
Again,
salvation.
that's- You're
Salvation.
You're not.
Well,
you're either.
Well, do
being
you want me to
intentional,
explain the
you are
difference
either
between
being
God's justice and our
excused,
justice?
or you're avoiding the question.
No.
If two people are shooting at each other,
Yeah.
why do I get in the middle? Which one do I pick to care about?
So let me explain. Greg.
Pick either one. Like
Let-
pick.
Yeah, pick a side.
Is it different?
No,
for
it's
each
not about
side?
picking a side. No, it's not about
Is it
picking a
different?
side.
It apparently is.
Yeah,
It is
well,
about
listen,
picking a side. It's
well,
about picking Western liberalism.
guys. No, it's not. Hear me out, guys.
Shut up,
Hear me out.
Zipperhead.
Look, guys, I'm gonna try to be as. I know we're getting heated here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not heated
I-
at all. I find it interesting.
Well, you're interrupting me, so I'm just saying
Well, that's
this.
because you were just repeating the same thing over and over, and I just wanted.
It's not. I'm really not. I'm trying to explain the difference between God's justice and human justice, right? Our justice, right? Our justice comes from the
I
law,
believe in
right?
God's justice. That's why I'm not
Right.
getting involved.
Yes, great, and I still do as well. Now, God's justice comes from salvation, right? We cannot judge salvation. However, we can judge the justice system amongst earth, right? Our judgment comes from the punishment of earth. However, salvation comes from God. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, we can agree with that.
Okay, great. So that's the difference between God's justice and our justice. So this is why I say that when Jason says that, actually, I'm putting words in his mouth because he actually clarified later. But
Yeah,
going
we
back to,
clarified this a long time ago.
yeah, he did. So I don't want to reestablish that. My point is though, going back to the black on black crime, I do believe where if you're going to pick a side between this guy and this guy, it's not about picking sides.
I'm not
Grid.
picking
It's
a
the same-
side.
I know
You're
that.
picking a side.
I'm not
Why are
picking
you
a side,
picking
Grid.
a side? You were
What side am I picking? Grid,
the
what side am I
Palestinian
picking?
side. You're picking the Palestinian side because you're saying that the
Nope.
Jews are in the wrong and the Palestinians are in the right. And I'm saying neither one of them are in the right, and I'm staying the fuck out of it.
Yeah,
Let God sort them out.
straw man. That's a straw
That's
man.
not straw man. That's
Well,
exactly what you
So
said.
before,
Is that not
no,
what he
I
said?
didn't.
Hold on, Tyler. Is that what he said?
Tyler,
hold
did I
on.
say that? No, Tyler, did I say
You did
that
not
I?
give the affirmative that the you didn't say that you said you had grace for the Palestinians.
Yes,
he-
that's a difference. So thank you.
So-
So then I'll explain. Hold on. Then I'll explain. Look, I just mentioned right now, Zandari, the guy over there in New York. There's a Muslim takeover going on right now in the United States, and I spoke about this even with Damon and Teriak on chats. Look, at the end of the day, are there problems with the Jews? Yes, I do have problems with the Jews as far as lobbyists and how they establish the United States and the control that they have as far as influence. When I look at the Muslim regime, I do know that when it comes to radical Muslims, they will always vote left. The reason why for that is because they want to destroy America. They will never fucking abort their kids, but they want Americans to do that as well. It's the pride parades. They want us to do that shit to destroy America because their goal is to make the entire world Muslim. And they're liars, they're cheaters, etc. I am not sympathizing with the fucking Muslims, Grid, the way that you are stating. No, but at the same time, I will give grace to the innocent people that are there where the Israeli state is bombing Gaza and killing innocent children. And I do believe, and not only that, the Israeli state has bombed Christian churches over there in Gaza and killed Christians as well that they have never accounted for. That is true as well. And I'm just saying, there's something there.
Didn't happen.
Okay, all right. You just want to focus on that. Listen to the grace
hold
part.
on. Let me.
Yeah, just focus on that and just
All right.
ignore everything that I just said.
Hold on. Are
You accuse me. You accuse me of fuck.
Jake,
Okay.
Jake, come on. Are Jewish children being killed?
What do you mean by that? By Hamas?
Well, by Palestinians. I don't give a shit.
Yes. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, they're at war.
Okay.
Sure. I'm sure there has been throughout history.
So why is it that you find one side so offensive and the other side not?
Again, when we're talking about the situation in Gaza, okay?
Yes.
Who has the backing up of America? Is it the Palestinians or Israel?
I'm not backing anyone.
So no.
Yeah, I'm not
answer my
backing
question. Who has the backing up of America?
Both sides to get billions of dollars from us.
yeah.
So.
Who has more, Tyler? Who has
Israel
more?
gets 3.6.
Oh, yeah, great. So they actually have all of the latest weapons that they're able to fucking establish. For example, with Iran,
Find out. Hold on, that's the point I'm trying to make.
But
is they attacked Israel, a 6-on-1 offensive, coordinated by Iran, funded by Qatar. They were attacking it to destroy it as a nation. They fucked around, and now they're finding out.
Do you believe that Hassad, right? Hassad killing 1,200 people in Israel is equivalent from them killing out 60,000 people in Gaza?
No, it's not. It doesn't have to be.
It's not even equivalent.
But
yet the narrative, Tyler, was self-defense at the time. It was all about self-defense, right?
Equivalent that we went and attacked Japan and Nazi Germany because they hit.
Well, look, we're talking about Gaza here. That was in the past, and I would say, yeah, that's probably not equivalent. I don't know because I wasn't there at the time, so times were different, right? Tyler? Times were different. So let's compare it to the times that we have now, Tyler. So
equivalence necessary. Yeah.
Earlier, you asked me about the A-bomb, right? And dropping it on Japan. And I said that was the only way that we were going to get them to stop.
And I said, okay. And I don't know the history there, Greg.
Right.
But I do know current events.
Hold on. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't believe there is such a thing as peaceful Palestinians. I think they're all Hamas. I don't agree with any.
Even the children?
I don't recognize
even the children.
I don't. Hey, look.
The children. Do you believe children are Hamas?
I have videos of 10-year-old kids shooting Americans, bro.
Do you believe? Do you believe the children? Do you believe the 5-year-olds are Hamas?
I believe that
20,000
I don't believe that they can't. I don't believe that they in 100% cannot be.
No, I'm asking, are they?
I don't know. Do you?
I say no, they're not.
I would say that
they are manipulated.
I would say that you need to re-examine the war in Afghanistan.
So you do believe that the 5-year-olds there that are getting killed are Hamas?
I don't
know.
Be.
Are they or are they not?
I don't know.
They're not.
You are saying that they are not. And I'm saying I don't know.
They're not. They're absolutely not. There's only about 20 to 25,000 documented child soldiers in Hamas, and there's about.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about newborns. I'm talking about because Grid is doing an absolute statement. He's saying all of them are Hamas.
No, he's saying
the babies?
They are because
he made an absolute statement.
I say
are the babies?
They are because I can't tell the difference between Hamas and non-Hamas.
Okay, great. So I would tell you this. I do know the difference. What I do know the difference is that children are innocent beings from
literally
God.
Just said there are 25,000 child soldiers. How are you differentiating?
Yeah, but do you think that a child has the same recollection, recollection, same fallacy, same everything, same mind of a full-grown human being? Do you believe that's the same?
Again, I'm going to say it.
Answer the question. Is it the same?
Pulling the trigger on the gun, I don't care.
A 25-year-old or a 5-year-old? Which do you believe that their brain? Do you think their brain is the same?
Pulling the trigger on a gun, I don't care.
I'm not. That's not my question. Again, answer the question. Is a 5-year-old's brain the same as a 25-year-old's brain?
Care.
I'm not asking if you don't care. I'm asking if it's the same.
It's irrelevant because
No, it's not irrelevant.
pointing a gun.
Answer the question, Grid. Answer the question. Is a 5-year-old or 10-year-old with a gun has the same brain capacity as a 25-year-old?
People,
Can you answer my question? Can you answer my question?
It is irrelevant.
I didn't ask the question.
No,
It's irrelevant,
Jake.
You're not answering my question.
Well, sure, it's
Grid.
not the same. Obviously it's not the same. But
Okay,
again,
great,
If
great.
they're
It's not
pointing
the
a
same.
gun at someone, Jake, I don't care.
Okay, great. You just said it's not the same. Cool. Grid. We have to look at when it comes to
I don't
Christianity.
have to look at anything, Jake. I'm
Okay,
pointing
you don't
out
have
the
to look
fact
at it.
that-
When
I'm
I look at
pointing
it-
out the fact that you
Okay.
were trying to justify someone shooting at someone, and the other person should not shoot back because they're
I
5
didn't
years
say
old.
that. What are you talking about? I never
That's
said
what
that.
you just said. Is the brain
didn't
are
say-
the brains the same? Who
I'm
cares?
talking about the brains. I'm not talking about shooting.
And I'm saying, who cares, Jake?
You're gonna establish.
No. Hold on. You just straw man me, Grid, and I
No,
don't appreciate that. Yes,
I
you
did
did.
straw man
You just said, Jake,
What?
you
Oh,
are
okay.
trying to justify
All right,
that.
then make your point,
that-
Jake, because I think we're going to end up at the same place.
No, it's not, because you're saying that I'm justifying young kids shooting a gun. I'm not saying that. I think that's wrong. Never said that young kids in Palestine or whatever, which you're accusing me of being a Palestine sympathizer. That's not
I
the
believe
case.
that you are Palestine.
Okay, and I'm saying that's not the case, but you've never proven it at all. You're just saying that because
you keep saying that there are innocent people, and I'm
Yes,
saying
there's
I
innocent
can't
people
tell
in Gaza,
which are
yes.
innocent. I cannot tell which are which.
Oh, okay.
And you're
okay,
trying
and
to
I can,
explain
and
to
I
me
can
how you
through
know.
Jesus
can
Christ, I
resolve
can.
this.
Yes.
I can resolve this very easily. Okay, I will go ahead and bite the bullet and say the bad thing. There are innocent people in Gaza. Okay, that's not. No one can mistake that. However,
Thank
if
you,
you're,
bro.
If you're being used as a human shield, sometimes you gotta test the validity of it.
Let me ask you this.
I hate to break it to
The-
you, man.
the-
Warfare
the-
is
okay, Jason, let me address this.
Mhm.
The whole fucking narrative of Hamas is using these people as human shields, so therefore, like, it's Hamas's fault, right? That's the narrative that Israel was giving out. Cool.
That's the narrative,
Let me ask you this: if there's let's say here in America, there's a school shooting, and these people conquer the school, and they are using the kids as human shields for the police to not get in there, and the police decides to bomb the school and say, yeah, we just took out those fucking people that conquered the school and they were a bunch of murderers, would you sit there and say that, oh yeah, the police were in the right because they just, those people that were the school shooters conquered the school?
That would be bad.
Would you say that they used them as, would you say that's justified?
Almost all the hostages back.
But let
No,
me-
I'm not asking you, Tyler. I'm asking Jason.
Okay,
Would you
well,
say that that's justified?
I'm trying to answer.
Answer it.
If they set up rockets in said school and was launching them into civilian
No, I'm
populations-
saying that they
No.
conquered the school.
No. This is what
You're
what is
changing the
happening in
question.
Gaza.
You're
This
changing
is-
the question.
I am not changing the question.
Okay.
I am actually telling you what is happening when actual war fighting infrastructure is being placed in these areas. People are being.
I'll just
used as
answer the
shields, and when
I'll
they
ask
are
the question
being
again
used
after
as
you're
shields,
done.
you still have
He
to
let you talk,
destroy that
Jake.
target.
Just let him finish.
So it's. I know this isn't. You're wanting me to go, yes, it's completely justified. No, it isn't. But what you're missing is the nuance of it is when they are using these targets, using these buildings as actual infrastructure in order to rally troops, gather supply, launch attacks from them, things like that. From a strategic and tactical level, you have to eliminate those threats. And if there happens to be some innocent people there, unfortunately, that is what we call collateral damage, and that is something that must be done.
Okay, I got an interesting
No,
question.
hold
here.
on.
Are you
I
still
need to
now-
address that. I just need to
All
address
right.
that really quickly. I swear, Alley Cat, just let me address it, and then you got the floor. I promise, Alley Cat. I promise. So Jason's saying that. Oh, okay. So when it comes to the hypothetical that I gave him, which he just fucking shot out off the bat,
Because I'm not going to sit there and say, yes,
he
they
is
should
totally.
just bomb it. That's
Yeah,
just
can I
what I'm
talk,
saying.
Jason?
Let him go.
So anyways, so Jason's saying that when it comes to the police, yeah, if they bomb the school out because these hostile individuals that are taking over a school and have these innocent kids in hostage situations that are Americans, he's saying it's totally justified. And you can tell that to the parents that are saying like,
That's
okay.
not what he said, though.
Well, no, because he changed the fucking subject of the question. My question was, would it be justified for the police to bomb the school if the conquerors that are going to the school are using them as human shields, which was the narrative that Israel was doing. You would say,
not
"Oh
the
yeah."
narrative that they're
Okay,
doing.
Jason,
That's,
I
you
think
got
I can
this
handle
wrong.
it.
Can I
dude.
finish? Can I finish my
No,
thought
you
before?
you finished it 6 times at this point.
No, well, because I was
Do you-
interrupted,
no,
Alley
no,
Cat,
no, shut
and
up.
I'm still getting
Do you
interrupted.
believe
Okay,
there's still-
go for it, Alley Cat. Yeah.
Yeah. You still believe there's justification in war? Are you this naive?
Again, I'm talking about when it comes to justification in war. I'm saying this: if you want to say that it's justified that Hamas killed 1,000 people
Okay.
on
you
October,
sit here
7th, can I
going
finish
on
the?
and on. No,
Can I finish?
No, you can't because you don't answer questions.
Okay,
like you
I
keep-
can't.
You can't. You can't answer questions. Do you still believe there's justification in war? It's
I
yes or
do,
no.
but can I actually
Well,
establish
hold on.
that?
Justification in war.
Guys,
Okay.
just be respectful a little bit. It's okay.
I can
Nobody-
answer his
nobody's
example.
getting
Jake, I
mad.
heard your example like 4 times.
Yeah.
Can I just answer
Guys,
it real
it's
quick?
4-on-1. Can I talk and address
I've heard
everybody
your
here?
example 4 times.
I'm addressing 4 people at once.
Can I just address your example directly? Because you keep.
Oh, wait, okay, go for it. So do you
The
want me to
school
give you the
example.
hypothetical?
No,
Yeah.
the
Okay.
school example. So
Go
you
for it,
said
Tyler.
It would absolutely
Is that
be
justified?
bad. It would absolutely be bad if the police did nothing, no mitigating measures to save any of those children's lives. Unlike what Israel is doing. Israel, on multiple occasions, has moved 700,000, 400,000 people out of Gaza City, 800,000 people from Rafah back to Gaza City once they cleared it. And now, again, over 900,000 people from Gaza City back to Rafah, where they've set up tents for them. They've been feeding them. They've been handing out 2.2 million meals a day through their Gaza Health Foundation. They've been housing them. They've been taking care of these people. They have been putting in substantial efforts to keep the Palestinians away from harm's damage. The reason why several of them are still in harm's way is because Hamas is holding them there with gunpoint. I can give you several examples in my citation document of Hamas holding people at gunpoint in combat zones.
Do you believe that that's the only way to actually kill out the Hamas terrorism? Is to bomb out 80% of the infrastructure?
Yeah, and that's why Trump's plan is to
80% of the
rebuild it.
so
all
okay,
of it has
so,
to go.
so-
all
right,
has
all
to
right,
go.
hold on,
so
hold
this
on,
is
hold
where
on,
my
hold on,
problem
hold on.
comes.
The entire thing has tunnels under
Hold
it.
on, both of you.
Well, I wanted to argue with him, but okay.
Hold on. Jake, what is the best way to deal with Hamas?
Okay, so going back to what Tyler was stating, and I'm going to answer the please uninterrupted.
Don't
guys.
ask any questions. I asked you a question. I just want to know.
I know, and I'm going to answer it. I just don't want to be interrupted by it's 4v1 right now, guys. Okay, just give me some.
I mean,
time.
not really. I don't have.
No, not really. It is. But okay, so really quick, what is the correct way of handling Hamas, especially when it came to the beginning? We're 2 years into it, guys. We're 2 years. So I will tell you this, bombing the infrastructure and destroying 80%, 85% of the infrastructure, making 1 million people in Gaza homeless and killing 100,000 people within the Gaza area is not the way to do it, okay? Not only that, I would say if you're going to go after Hamas, directly Hamas, we do know that Israel has the greatest actually one of the best intelligence agencies in the world. They know where the attacks are coming. Hamas is like Flintstones, bro. These guys they're literally using like World War I technology compared to the technology that Israel has, okay? It's not even close. But yet they decide to just bomb the whole area. It's not the way to do it. The way to do it here is to use your intelligence agencies to infiltrate the tunnels, go through there, Black Op missions, which we see that all throughout history, is that you can infiltrate the areas of where the leaders are located. Yes, some of them
Leaders
are
aren't in
within.
there.
Yeah,
Leaders
some.
fled Gaza. So they haven't been there since before the war. But the problem is,
Can I talk? Hold on, I'm not
sorry.
done.
Yeah, let him finish. Let him finish.
I'm not done. So yeah, I get the point that some of them like kind of blend in with the citizens, etc. But no,
Kind of?
yeah, they do. Yeah, they blend in with the citizens.
They're absolutely the same. You can't tell Hamas from. That's why I said originally, and I don't want to.
Well, I thought I was going to finish my thought, but I.
Yeah, right. I want you to finish your thought. I don't want to sidebar too much, but
yeah.
I really want you to understand how you expect the Israelis to know the difference between Hamas and not Hamas when nobody else does. So I'm sorry. I didn't. I'm just. I heard what you're saying. So let's. I'll let you.
Yeah. So obviously, when it comes to Hamas, there's headquarters within the underground system, right? And within the intelligence agencies, you can detect that, right? They have one of the best intelligence agencies in the world, and they're going against fucking Flintstones here. Okay, they can easily detect that. Not only that, they actually intercept communications with Hamas. They can do that easily. All right. They're using fucking shithole technology compared to Israel. Israel's hold on. Can I fucking finish for once?
Finish, man. I really want to.
Please, bro. Like, dude, seriously. The technology between Hamas and Israel are just fucking night and day, dude. Okay. So if I was Benjamin Netanyahu, okay, which I'm not because this guy's a warmongering piece of shit, I would say, look, at the end of the day, we need to infiltrate where the signals are coming from, where the underground signals are coming from, and infiltrate the actual base through Black Hawk missions. We don't need to bomb 80%, 90% of the infantry and actually cause cancer through the rebel and destroy the people and have illnesses from the people moving forward after 10 years, 20 years after this war. All right. There's plenty of ways to go about it, etc. But you guys are saying, no, the only way is just to bomb out people and kill all these fuckers. You guys are lunatics. You guys are literally lunatics for shooting out this fucking perspective.
All right, Jay, are you done with your 20-minute pronunciation?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, go ahead, Tyler.
Go ahead, Tyler. I'm done.
Okay, I'll go back to the initial point that this was about, why they can't just target pinpoint. Because how many Israeli kids, because it's forced conscription for young kids, how many Israeli kids have to die to disarm this tunnel system that shouldn't be there? 0 should have to. They shouldn't have to send black ops teams in to booby trap tunnels to die, which hundreds of people already have died trying to do exactly what you suggest. They shouldn't have to. They're going to bomb out or cement as many of the tunnels as they can. This is a terrorist network that is operating, that is controlling these people. They're keeping them starved. It's keeping all the food in the warehouses, selling at extremely high rates, and then saying, if you go sacrifice yourself for the cause, we'll feed your family. These people are hostages in their own country. The only way to do it is to remove Hamas. And you're saying like Israel has the best intelligence in the world. That's not bad, but at the end, they don't. They're not even close to the United States. It's a joke.
No, I didn't say the United States. It's one of the best.
Let me go for 10 fucking minutes. All right, you went 10 minutes, bro. Let me get 2 out.
I just said they are the best.
Let me get 2 out. You got 10. So again, there's a reason why these have to be taken down is because houses in Gaza City, the Israeli military has put out tons and tons of evidence showing houses, hospitals, schools, kids' hospitals, surgery wings all have entrances to the tunnels. Underneath them, there's weapons storage, there's meetings facilities for all sorts of different military activities. All of these facilities are compromised. All of them are part of the terrorist network. All of them have to go and be rebuilt because they've all been compromised. That's why it's being destroyed, because the terrorists are using them as staging grounds. They're not just randomly hitting random buildings just for willy-nilly. What they do is no-knock bombs. If they have to hit a building because they know there's Hamas activities going on, so they call the owners of the building sometimes the day before and warn the civilians to get out. No other country has ever done that in war. Netanyahu is not a genocidal warmonger. The only reason Hamas is still around is because he's been such a moderate on actually going in and destroying them, what any other country would do. If this happened to China, Russia, the United States, or any major country, they would have went in and wiped Hamas out decades ago, like we did in Afghanistan, like we did in Iraq. But Israel has shown restraint on this. They've been trying to make peace. They did the Oslo Accords. So on top, the only thing I can agree with from what you said there was that potentially there'll be sickness afterwards if they don't clean this up right. But they're trying to get all the people out of the area using the Trump plan, letting the United States and Arab countries come in and take over, taking Israel out of the equation, not giving them the land. So all these things, like these genocide, starvation, trying to acquire land, all these tropes about Israel are all debunked by the peace plan that they agreed to, which gives them nothing except it takes care of the headache of the terrorist entity that just fires thousands of rockets at them a year, even in peace times. Thousands of rockets a year come at them. They are a proxy of Iran, and on top of that, their weaponry. You say they're acting like they're using shit from World War I. At the end of the day, they're being funded by Russia and Iran. They have Iranian technology. Iran supplies the drones for Russia in the current war with Ukraine that's going head-to-head with the United States.
Long here.
It's not even close to what you got. You're like 18 points, dude. Iran gives them drones. Iran gives them weapons. They are not using sticks and stones. These motherfuckers are using modern technology that's also being used by Russia against Ukraine, against American technology. So they're just as armed. They're just as capable. And they fucked around. They found out. Their 6-front war failed. Israel wins. They're going to wipe them all the fuck out. And Hamas is one of the last ones standing. Boom.
Great. Thank you for your
All right.
5-minute rant. Okay. For all that information dump
right.
that you just fucking shoot out. And you didn't even address the things that I was actually talking about in my rant. And yeah, forgive me, bro. You didn't have, you just did an information dump. So really quick, one thing that you said.
Hold on.
Can I reply to him before I forget?
Well,
okay.
I mean, you guys can go back and forth, but Alley Cat, did you have anything else?
Oh yeah, Alley Cat had something.
You got cut off earlier. I'm sorry. I'm trying not. I know that everybody got cut off. I'm not trying to moderate or anything here, but I guess I have to moderate a little bit.
I mean, I was done when he was like naive enough to think that there's justification in war because this hasn't existed any war ever. If you can name one,
Yeah, because I said that. Okay.
Well, all right.
I guess I did.
We're all friends here. And we're all more.
We are, Alley Cat. We are, bro.
We're all more or less on the same side.
You're literally trying to justify that they can't do this or they can't do that. That's justification in war. How can you claim you're not making that claim?
How can I claim that I'm not making the claim that they are not justified to kill 100,000 people in Gaza? Is that your question?
How are you saying that that's not a justified claim?
Justified claim on what? What's the claim?
The claim is that you're saying that you are not making any claims that there are no justifications in war. That's your claim.
I said that. No. I claim that yes, there are justifications within war, but I don't think that what Israel's doing to Gaza are justified claims.
And that's my whole.
They're
point.
not justified.
Name me a war that's ever been the case.
When it comes, for example, when it comes to war, there are rules to said war.
No, there's not rules.
Yes, there is. There's actual. Yes, there is. There's actual. Yeah, when it comes to yes, yeah, and they have rules within war systems that people do. Okay, but yes, okay. So therefore, there is violations within war. That was after World War II, Alley Cat. That was after World War II that they established rules within war. Yes, they did, fucker. So again, when you have Israel, violating those rules, obviously, when it comes to justifies of war, that's a justification. That's literally war crimes, bro. You're literally backing up war crimes. What Israel is doing after World War II, there was.
Hold on.
No, I'm not talking. Look, Grid. I'm asking Alley Cat. Are they validating? I'm sorry. Are they violating war rules? Yes or no?
They could be.
They
be violating some elements of the Geneva
Convention?
Convention?
Okay, great.
Well, hold on.
I think a lot of.
I don't know that they are. I mean, you're making a claim that. No, wait. You see, this is what happens when you start bouncing around a lot.
Yeah, well, because dude, I'm trying to face out 4v1 here, so I'm trying to address everybody.
Well, it's not a 4v1. But it's fine. So
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm not against you, Jake. You came at me and which was fine. I don't care. But what are you claiming that Israel is committing war crimes?
Yeah, according to the Geneva Convention, when it comes to that, so for example, what Tyler was trying to say that they're feeding the Gazas. No, they're actually they starved them in the beginning of the yes, they did, guys. They starved them there that they weren't allowed to.
They starved them.
No. So what
yeah, they actually blocked out.
I'm doing this only for information. This is not. I'm not arguing with Jake. I just want a foundation of information. So just calm down, guys. Well, I'm sorry, Jake. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when it came to the initial Gaza attack on Israel, they were starving a lot of the people there. They weren't allowing.
How are they doing that?
Yeah, I was going to say they weren't allowing food to come into Gaza. They were blocking those situations. They were starving a lot of these individuals. The ones that were coming in that were getting the food, there was and I'm trying to remember. Come on, guys.
I think that's an urban myth because first of all, Gaza has a border that Israel doesn't control. Anybody can go in and out of it, and they certainly were getting aid from all sorts of countries.
Yeah, the
who guards the border?
Egypt,
Iran.
No,
Egypt,
Egypt.
Who guards all three borders? Because there's 4 borders.
Now
Who guards 2 of them?
Israel did
It's
not have
Israel.
control until
Yes,
the-
they do.
did not have control of the Philadelphia corridor
Oh,
until the war was
God.
already going, like halfway through the war. It didn't control the Philadelphia corridor until about almost a year in.
Yeah, but the other 2, they were guarding. That's the thing. Israel
Yes, the
actually
ones that
did guard
directly
the
into
majority of the
Israel.
border of Gaza.
Okay, all right.
And they weren't
So
allowing
we-
food to go into that.
There were
I
tunnels.
believe that they.
Oh,
Mr.
the
Boulay
tunnels,
has
yeah, that's the
done a
thing.
TTS.
And that's because they
Mr.
knew about
Boulay
the
in the
tunnels and still
Alright, this
didn't do
is
anything about
TTS,
it.
guys. Give me a
donated
minute.
$20 super chat.
Oh,
This
you can go
debate
ahead.
is not sponsored by Mr. Boulay's Silver Tactical Soap from Klondike
You
Soap
just take a call.
Company.
Oh, sorry.
He's tonight's takeaway. Alabama beats LSU 20-9. So celebrate.
Celebrate the win with tactical soap and roll tide. All right,
Oh,
all you guys. All right, so Jake,
Shout out to Mr. Boulay.
again, I'm really not. I'm not trying to debate with you. I'm literally looking for information. I'm trying to parse through what's accurate and what's not. Right? Because I don't believe that there's any actual evidence of Israel starving Gaza. As a matter of fact, my recollection is at the very beginning of the war, because I had an argument with Josie about this.
Mhm.
They actually were sending food in to the Hamas, where like the actual, or not Hamas, but the Palestinians they were trying to get out of there too, right? They were literally Israeli tanks guarding Palestinian citizens who were fleeing Hamas, right? So it's hard for me to reconcile what you just said.
That food that was being distributed over there, because I remember hearing this type of shit. Was Hamas
not
taking
good.
over that food and they were starving those Palestinians, right? That was
so
kind of the narrative at the time.
well, no. So it's not a narrative.
I asked Grid.
Hold on.
I asked Grid.
Hold on.
Yeah, I've
I
never
remember.
literally nobody said anything about nobody. I mean, I don't remember any news reports or anything about Israel starving Gaza in the beginning, because
Israel
I don't believe it
cut off
happened in the beginning.
Well, when I say the beginning,
It's
within the
something
first
that
year,
people are saying now.
the first year, no.
Yeah, no, they did not do that.
Okay.
As a matter of fact,
So
again, Jake, we all saw the videos from the free press, not Israeli, but the so-called free press, the French and whoever the fuck they were over there that were of the Israeli.
Wait, that's
troops.
weird. The free press is not allowed in Gaza. Actually, Israel actually rejects.
was
That's half true.
Yeah, they do.
That's
No,
half
they
true.
do.
They do let them
Wait,
in with an
it's half
IDF
true?
escort. Yes, because of the
Oh,
point
yeah,
of
really?
it needed to be an IDF escort.
So when it comes to every other fucking war, they allow journalists
look,
from
guys,
all around the
guys,
world to go in there. But according to this
no,
one,
hold
they
on,
don't
hold on.
allow it unless
The
they
United
actually
States
have.
does the same
Guys,
thing.
guys,
Oh,
just wanted to make
that's
every-
convenient, right?
It's
To
not-
Israel,
This is how it works. The United States does
that's
the same
convenient
thing.
to Israel.
Guys,
The United
guys,
States does the same thing.
Oh
Right.
yeah, they do the same thing,
They
but
do,
in,
yes.
yeah, but in every other war, they don't fucking do that. They allow journalists. Israel's been blocking
they need a
journalists
military
into
escort.
going in there to actually report what's
Yes.
going on over there in Gaza.
Without a military
Yes.
escort, yes, they are not allowed to go to a war zone without a military escort. Just like any other war, the United States is
Yeah, I
also
believe that. I believe that part is
No,
true.
yeah. Well,
Yes,
no,
that's
they
right.
no,
That's my
no, that's
thinking.
not true because
I linked them
even
to
in
you.
the Iraq
Well, okay.
war, they allowed every other country to go in there and report on that, but they're not allowing. Israel's not allowing.
way too much of this Kool-Aid, man.
Yeah,
Literally,
you really
Bro,
do.
I think you guys are.
I got all my citations. in
Yeah, I get
document.
it. 4v1.
Listen,
I get it. Go
Dylan
on.
Burns is literally in Ukraine right now as a war correspondent, and he can't go anywhere without a military escort.
Yeah, I'm not
It's
disputing that.
everywhere,
Listen to what I'm
Dave.
saying. Israel's not allowing any other country to go in there to report what's going on in Gaza. That is a fact.
Without
Okay.
a military escort. They're
Okay,
allowing
but
people
even
to go in with
okay,
an escort. Yes.
okay. Who are the ones that are going in over there in Gaza to report that? Which
I believe-
journalists?
so
It's not
I-
American
I
journalists.
Jake,
What journalists
Jake,
are?
brother,
No, I'm asking. I'm asking Tyler.
There are
What
US
journalists
My
are doing?
recollection
I don't
is
know.
it was a
Yeah,
French
you don't
news
know.
group.
It's
The names
actually
in
whatever
particular.
Israel. It's the Israel journalists that they allow over there to report whatever the
Israel's
propaganda
letting
they have.
one
It's not
person-
American journalists. It's not Russian journalists. It's not any other fucking
My
country that's going in there.
I linked
So-
you my citations. 20 to 30 tours a year they're letting into Gaza, where you have to have a military.
Where are they
escort.
coming from?
I don't know. You can look that
Yes.
up. I didn't ask that.
Oh, you
Hey,
don't know,
hey,
and I
didn't
do.
look that up.
Dude, dude, take it down a couple of notches. I'm trying to just answer questions here. And
Well, Grid, I'm
you
trying
keep
to argue with
yelling
both
at-
of y'all at the same time
you
here.
keep
So
yelling at people, and I'm trying to actually answer your questions, and you just ramp up to 100, dude. Just calm down. So
okay, fine, fair enough.
So first of all, my recollection is in the first part of the war, which is what I was fucking talking about. I'm sorry that Tyler got you distracted or whatever. In the first part of the war, Josie and I had a whole discussion about how there was, I believe, a French news crew was filming the Israeli troops as they guarded Palestinian civilians fleeing the war zone. That happened throughout the entire year. And so I have a hard time believing that the claim that they're starving these people while they're guarding them escaping the war zone. See how this is a juxtaposition, and we have video of that. Like this isn't a claim that somebody that
is that video
article or anything.
Yeah, the video that you
videos of this from the French. I believe there was I want to say Australian, but I'm probably wrong. They probably weren't Australian. News crew as well. I don't believe there were any U.S. news crews in at that time. I think we had pulled all the U.S. citizens out of Israel at that time. And again, I mean, I know for a fact that what Tyler's saying has some truth to it. That regardless of whether it's Israeli or whoever, I mean, obviously, I don't think Hamas gives a shit, but you can't. Like, I know Dylan Burns and I talked about this, that he can't go into anywhere without a military escort. And if it's an actual war zone where there's actually shooting involved, he can't go there. They physically will restrain his ass and lock him in his room if he tries to go into an active.
Yeah, that's suspicious.
Well,
but
why is that suspicious?
Hold
Hold on.
Can I
Let
explain?
me go. No, actually, no.
No, I can't. Okay,
You talked
go.
enough.
Okay.
Look,
Well, actually,
the U.S. restricts media all the time. During the Battle of Ramadi and Fallujah Part 2, there was no media allowed whatsoever. In fact, Al Jazeera has contingency people there all the time.
Okay.
They're very pro-Palestinian.
Okay.
You also have a lot of news from the French news that are there, and there are people. The UNRWA still actually has some reporters for what good that is. But here's
where do those reporters come from?
UNRWA.
I mean, Al Jazeera is like
the undocumented reporters.
So UNRWA is the UN is people who work for the UN and stuff like that. So I mean they send out reports and things like that. There are
so they're allowed.
Party, yes, there are some third party people that are there. Now there isn't as much as there is, but look, the US actually restricts all media when we're doing our big campaign.
Where?
But shit that we Fallujah, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria,
all the stands.
Look. I'm talking to someone who has been to most of these places because I'm a combat vet. I've done all this stuff. Warfare is nasty, my man. And look, I wasn't even like a door kicker. I wasn't no operator or anything high tech. I was just a guy that flew around in a freaking helicopter. I watched a kid get mowed down because he was being told to walk into the middle of the street to stop a convoy. And I sat there and watched a Humvee plow through him like it was nothing, because they use kids all the time as means to garner sympathy and stuff.
Sure.
They're used for ambushes and things like that. Look, I am not going to tell you that you're wrong. I will tell you that the Israelis did cut off all water supplies to Gaza, all fresh water supplies.
They did do that.
Okay, I was
there because it was all on their side,
and people will argue that is a war crime. And sure, if you want to say that is, then the U.S. is guilty of tons of war crimes. Guess what? They're not going to prosecute him. You want to know why? Because no one's going to give up sovereignty to an.
I agree with you. Well, I agree that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to get away with all that, 100%. And just like any
Netanyahu, everyone gets away. No one is going to.
He's a hero.
Well, if everybody's going to get away with it, then Benjamin Netanyahu will also get away with it, right?
He's a hero.
So Okay, he's a hero. He's a hero for fucking dehydrating the innocent people. Cool. Go ahead, Jason.
But I will say,
Go ahead, Jason.
I will say for what's going on in the Israel-Palestine thing, I'm not going to say that Benjamin Netanyahu is a hero because he's not actually doing anything. He's just a political head.
Sure.
I will say that he is a hero for what he did in the 1970s when he freed all those hostages and he murdered all those people in that fucking airplane. Fucking based Chad move.
I don't know what you're talking. He murdered people in airplanes. I don't know.
So he was Mossad. He was Mossad back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day. Yeah.
What rose him into prominence is there was an airliner that was being held hostage someplace in Africa, and there was several Israeli citizens there, and he led a team. 5 people entered the airplane at one time, and they killed 17 terrorists.
Nice.
In a matter of seconds.
Why didn't he just bomb it? That's crazy.
Because he didn't want to kill Israeli citizens. Because like I'm an American,
but he's willing to kill Christians over there in Gaza. But that's crazy.
Not true,
Dude,
we'll
no. Like where you're an America First guy, I'm an America First guy, right?
No, I'm a real America First guy. You're Israel First guy.
What the fuck, dude? Hold on. No. Okay.
I'm just insulting you, Jason. Calm down. Don't get crazy.
You can't get away with this because you ain't doing shit. You haven't done shit.
Are you doing shit? Jason, are you doing shit?
I have 2 DD4.
What have you done?
Different branches. Okay, I served in the Air Force and in the Army, you motherfucker.
Oh, amazing!
I've served. With
hey, thank you for your services.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Don't care.
Yeah,
you're sitting here telling
don't
me
care.
I haven't done shit. You're just talking to a fucking camera, dude.
I'm talking to a camera, but guess what? You fucking did that for my opinion here, Jason. Okay, so I have an opinion. So why are you bitching about my opinion, Jason?
He's back to the First Amendment now after saying
why are you bitching about my opinion, Jason? Come on.
All right. Let's get back to the actual argument.
Can I before you go too far off?
No. This motherfucker claimed that I'm Israel first when I literally stated I think the U.S. needs to stay out of it. It's none of our business.
Yeah. It's none of our business.
Okay. So I actually care.
Are you for cutting funds for Israel?
I don't care. Cut them. I don't care.
No.
Cut all
I am for cutting funds to everyone.
I'm for cutting funds to everyone because I want
especially Ukraine.
But here's the deal.
Yes, especially Ukraine. Yes.
Bibi Netanyahu is Israel first. He is not Palestine first. You know what? They can prosecute the war however the fuck they want because it's not our problem, not our monkeys, not our circus. And see, this is the difference.
But wouldn't you say that because our tax money is going over there that we have a right to actually have an opinion on this?
We can have an opinion on it. That's fine. Like
so the moment that we cut off funds, then we don't have to talk about this anymore. I'm fine with that.
Well,
because our money's going over there. So wouldn't you say that the moment it's cut off completely, then we can just stop talking about this shit?
You're talking to the wrong person about it, though. I'm just some fat guy with shitty opinion.
Well, I'm just some fucking fat guy with shitty equipment too, Jason. We're on the same page, Jason.
But the reality
is, Jake's been working out. Don't let him slip.
No, I'm not. I'm fat, bro. I'm fat, bro.
Jake's been working out. Jake from State Farm.
So I honestly, I've kind of been laughing at the arguments. Look, I honestly believe that some of the information that you think you have is either third hand or fourth hand. I don't think you actually witnessed this on anything on the news because I've never seen anything of this reported. I actually follow this stuff. But that's okay, dude. You could be misinformed. There's nothing wrong with that. And you can have wrong opinions. I think some of the opinions I have, a lot of people will tell you that I'm wrong on. Tyler,
and it could be right. It could be.
But here's the deal. There's nothing.
Tyler's definitely wrong, by the way.
I will tell.
I'm trying to.
No, you're definitely wrong, Tyler. Jason's a lot more. Jason's a lot more reasonable than your fucking punk ass.
I'm going to agree with Sparky here on one thing. You're Jake. I don't know who in the world told you that it would be better for the Israeli to try to go into the cave system and the tunnel system.
You know, black off missions. Yeah, they do that.
That's insane. That's insane.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely insane.
There's
insane. Nobody that will willingly.
So let's just kill 100,000 people. That's not insane. Okay.
So here's the deal.
Well, all right. So here's the thing: if the 100,000 people will not leave the war zone, then yes. If you are in a war zone, then
Hamas is using them as human shields. They can't move.
Hold on. I literally said I let you.
That was literally your argument.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Well, right. If all right. So if I'm in a war zone, I'm leaving. If I don't want to be,
but what if Hamas is keeping you from
enemy combatant? this is a problem that I think Sparky has, and I certainly have, is that everyone in the area is considered an enemy combatant. Male, female, child,
Kill them all.
old man with a beard.
Metallica, kill them all, baby.
It's literally, you're considered an enemy combatant until proven
Kill them
otherwise.
all. Kill them all.
Well, so here's the deal. Here's the deal. When you have an unorthodox enemy who goes in ununiformed and things like that, there's a reason why the military wears uniforms. It's for easy identification. That way, you know.
Well, it looks like they shouldn't do that then, right? It would be an advantage, correct?
So they don't do that.
Yes.
Okay, and they also hide amongst.
But a terrorist organization that has Flintstones technology, they do it. They can't solve that shit. That's the problem that I have with you guys.
Let me ask you this.
They're using modern technology, dude.
Hold on. No. Here, was it when the Native Americans picked fights with the colonial settlers in America? Did they have the same technology?
No. Yeah, they did pick fights with them. Yeah.
But did they have the same technology?
Yeah, they did not.
Okay, so that's what we like to call a skill issue. Okay, I cannot help that the enemy of Israel decided to have lesser technology and attack Israel.
Okay.
Can I jump
But
in where
you do realize that this war has been going on before October 7th, right?
Yeah.
This conflict has been going on before October 7th.
I'm going to tell you something that you probably never heard before.
Okay, what I've not heard.
Fair fight. There is never a fair fight. Okay, so
yeah,
going to have better.
Oh wow, fair fight. Never knew that. Yeah.
Okay, look, it's a fucking skill issue. That's the reason why we have some of the best technology militarily in the fucking world, because we don't want to have that skill issue. Seriously, I have flown on some antiquated aircraft. I have operated some antiquated fucking guns, but you know what? We still maintain the technological advantage as U.S. forces.
Do you think that? Do you think that if Israel didn't have the funding of the United States, that they would have the same skill set?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, without the funding of the United States?
Yes, because before
how?
I'm trying to explain. Shut up.
I just said how, bro. Calm down. Calm down, bro. I just said how.
This is the never-ending debate, by the way. The reason
it is
the reason because. You know,
4v1. Yeah,
I get where Jake's coming from. It's to me, it's a simplistic view. I think that he's purposely ignoring a bunch of nuance, which is fine.
Yeah. So,
but the reality is that while I don't necessarily agree, I mean, you know, what my opinion doesn't matter, but. I personally think that if I was Netanyahu, I would be doing far more in the way of more of the lightning strikes. Obviously, not going in those fucking tunnels. That's insane. Yeah. But you know, doing things to draw those people out, identifying the people in whatever way they can.
Wouldn't you say that you would just bomb out the tunnels?
Getting as many of the citizens out of it. They are bombing the tunnels, Jake. The tunnels are underneath the buildings, and they bring the buildings down on top of the tunnels, and then they can't get out. That's actually what they're doing is somewhat effective. It's probably the most effective method at their disposal.
Okay.
However, you know, I think that Netanyahu could do more to remove people, citizens, like they were trying to do in the first year of the war. However, I think what they've learned is that you can't tell Hamas from just a normal Palestinian. And so what ends up happening is you're helping these people escape, and what they're actually doing is infiltrating you.
They just moved 900,000 people about 2 months ago out of Gaza City into Rafah so they could commence Gaza City against
after 100,000 people fucking got killed from Israel. Yeah, sure.
40,000 people, and half of them are enemy combatants.
2.3 million Gaza.
2.1.
Oh yeah, sorry, 2.1. Now it's below the 2 point mark.
1%
after
1% of their population that was non-combatant,
and half of their percent is homeless right now after the infrastructure of the destruction of Israel.
And we've already explained that. You keep going back to the points that have already been explained.
So
hold on. There's a lot of
innocent people homeless.
There's a lot of innocent. Hold on, because you brought up the starvation. This is a myth that's been highly debunked. The 12 kids that were starving from malnutrition, that's all been debunked. They all have other illnesses. I'm going.
Yeah, I'm listening, bro. I'm listening.
Yeah, they all had other illnesses. They were being propagandized to be starving when you could see their family. It's been debunked. It's in my site. I like to do a citation document in Discord chat. It's got over 200 links in it that backs up everything.
Thank you for sending that to me. Please do it so I can learn more on your perspective.
Everything I said has been backed up here. So the starvation did not exist earlier. Very few people, as Grit said, were complaining about it earlier. What the complaint was is they weren't allowing in humanitarian aid. What Israel did was they provided them with 9% of the country's water for free because Hamas dug up their own water pipes to turn into rockets, depriving their own citizens of water. So Israel just gave them water, providing them 9% overall. When the war started, they turned that off. That's all they did. Stop giving them free shit.
I think Tyler's more of a Zionist than Jason, to be honest.
You
are 100% Zionist up the ass.
A hero. BB's a fucking hero.
BB puts his dick right up your ass. It comes out your mouth, bro.
Hero. We need to keep supporting Israel. We need global hegemony. The reason why is because since global U.S. has become the stewards of global hegemony, we have the most peaceful world that rises consumer confidence and increases globalized trade. Globalized trade is the reason why prices have significantly decreased, causing a significant increase in productivity.
Jason got nothing on Tyler.
Bullshit.
We take in $350 billion in taxes a year from imports. If that import market goes away because we stop being the world's police, it is 3 times as much as we spend on all defense spending, U.S. and all of our allies abroad.
That's a new argument. You didn't have that when we debated.
We are losing significant amounts of money if we give up global hegemony. So it's completely silly to say that we'll save money if we stop funding our allies, which we only give $12 billion a year, when we take in $300 billion in taxes from imports. Boom.
I've got to get out of here, but no, I appreciate
I'm actually long. I'm 35. I'm long, which is great because it's been a good debate. It's going to be a good conversation. Good conversation tonight. My I guess Jake, you asked me early on, about saving children and that sort of thing, and certainly while I would like to, I mean, what I want is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, because they, the choices are not mine to make. As far as showing grace, absolutely, I will show them grace. However, I have to have grace for both sides, the Jews and the Palestinians, and so what that does is it evens it out to where I just don't care. At this point, it's not my problem. I'm being the world police. I don't believe that it's our issue. And I actually didn't know that we were giving money to the Palestinians. Sparky said that. I'll have to fact check that.
That is true. We are giving money to the outside people outside of Israel to play nice with Israel. That's really what we're giving money to.
I mean, if we're giving, I guess my point of view is it doesn't shock me anymore who we give money to.
Yeah.
I would just like to turn the tap off completely and not give anybody any fucking money.
No money to Israel, correct? No money in Israel, right, Tyler?
Tyler disagrees with me. He's an intervention. He's a globalist.
Well, he's Israel first. That's what Tyler is. I'm sorry, Jason. Jason, I'm sorry for calling you Israel first. It's actually Tyler that's actually Israel first.
Listen, boys. If I was on
Israel first, he's a globalist.
If I was on a train and I saw a woman being sexually assaulted, I would step in like Daniel Penny, and you guys would play on your fucking phones like little cowards. That's what I am, but on the world stage. All right.
But that woman is an Israelite, right? That's how you protect her.
Doesn't matter who she is.
No, if she was American, and Trump told you not to protect her, then you would not. So
I am Daniel Penny. Glad you bastards are going to have to face each other face to face in Nashville in a few days' time.
Hold on. I'm facing fucking what's his fucking name? Tomfoolery. I'm gonna fuck that fucker up in Nashville for sure.
Yeah, he's live right now. You should go watch his show.
Yeah, I will. I'm focusing on that fucker right now.
He wants an argument. Hang on, wait, hold on. I just had it. It's does anyone still like Trump or some shit like that?
I love Trump.
I know. You should go over there. You're already fired up. We've got you warmed up.
Oh,
you're ready.
Shit!
Get in there.
What am I doing here?
I gotta go, y'all.
I got church in the morning.
Y'all are
Sparky, are you
great.
coming to Nashville?
I
for
wish
debate?
I was, but no, unfortunately, because of the shutdown and everything like that, finances are limited because I am a humble civil servant.
Jason, can you hit me up on like X or something like that? I'm Jake Var on X or Project Veopod.
Tyler,
He's in my
point him.
Discord. Yeah, he's in my Discord. I'll leave him
Okay, cool. I'll look you up on.
I definitely want to. And look, we can talk, discuss, debate, all this other stuff. Good times. I appreciate. It was fun meeting you, Alley Cat. Thanks for coming tonight. Grid, thanks for hosting. I'm out. And soon I will be starting up. I've got a project. I got a project in mind, and Tyler, he's part of it. He just doesn't know it yet.
Oh, Tyler's
all right,
gay
have
though.
a great night. Love y'all.
Love you, bro.
All right. You guys have been cool tonight. Alley Cat, glad to have you on tonight. You didn't speak a lot, but that
wasn't my topic. I mean, like just the TLDR. I'm also get rid of all funding for everybody. So you'd be happy to hear that. I'm also Tyler might not like this, but my question I always like to like the people who support Israel is how much retribution for what was it the 7th? How much do you need? When is it enough?
As soon as Hamas is removed from power or surrenders, then the war will be over.
He's the biggest fucking Zionist I've ever met.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what Tyler is.
He's just a globalist.
He's a globalist too. Yeah.
He's
Ukraine too. I'm all for backing
You
them
worship
up.
Satan, Tyler. That's what you're doing. You worship Satan.
I just know
you are not a Christian.
The world is a better place.
Tyler, are you a Christian?
I'm an atheist. I got church in the morning though.
The atheist church.
No, he's right.
You got Jake. You got him,
dude. I actually do have church in the morning. I'm gonna go.
I have church in the morning. I go to church with my wife.
Okay. I also as a single man, I'm going to church. I'm not going with my family or anything like that. But I'm going to church.
You're Roman Catholic?
Yeah.
You're a Catholic and you support?
No. That's not what he said.
My wife is a Roman Catholic.
So is your wife Jewish?
He's going to be
She's Roman Catholic, and I go with her.
Is she ethnically Jewish?
No, she's not Jewish.
She's Chinese.
Oh, I don't know where that comes from.
She's from the Philippines.
Oh, Philippines.
Oh,
yeah,
Philippines. Okay.
Wow. She's another border jumper like you.
Yeah.
I am doing my part to end the white race. Leftism.
Y'all bastards.
And I'm a coconut. You're not a real your wife is not a real coconut. She wants to fucking end us brown people. I'm a coconut, bro.
Brown people.
Brown on the outside, white on the inside, bro.
You're gonna meet her in like a week or so, right?
Yes, I'm looking forward to meeting you in real life, bro.
Yeah,
and Grid and everybody.
In 6 days.
I'm going to see.
It's gonna be very exciting.
Take her easy. It's been fun, Jake. I think we found a good first topic. I go through my document.
Yeah, for sure. I would love to actually have like because I want to plan it out. Let's get the subject going.
One of the best things about DebateCon in New Jersey was that we had this table out near where the snacks were and everything. And even though the debates were going on, like the real debates were going on in another room, all kinds of debates happened over this table where people would just gather and just randomly argue, and then they would wander off and somebody else would sit there and randomly argue. And it was fantastic. And I'm hoping to create a similar sort of thing to where it happens in Nashville as well.
Like,
Flow State's going to be there, right? Flow State?
Flow State's being there too?
Take her easy.
There's Tyler.
All you brown people.
Okay, so I'm gonna fucking meet Flow State as well, man.
I think so. Yeah, he's supposed to be there.
Nice. Me and Flo can get a beer.
Yeah.
I'd love to have that, man.
Seth, I didn't see your question. What was your question? Let me fucking scroll.
You can probably do the Rob North thing and just have him give him his files. You just go
Question
through it.
for people: if feminists are socialists, does that mean they want men to take control of their means of production, also known as their womb? Ooh, that would be. That's a weird take, but it's a good. I mean, we actually have debated before that socialism is the root of feminism.
Yeah.
That's a great topic. I love that topic. A great one. ZD Din, good to see you. You should come down. You should come.
She's
down.
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, but you should come down. I know you can't because you got to take care of your dad. So no shade thrown. So, but guys, it's been great. I got to get out of here. Didn't make any money. Well, we made $20 tonight. So that's
there you go. It's all good. Alley Cat, add me as well on Discord or whatever, man. Good to see
I'll
you.
be at DebateCon.
Okay, I'll meet you over there, man.
Yeah. I decided to. The only thing that's interesting, I don't know if everybody did map this out, is that where DebateCon is and where your location is are, I don't know, 20 miles apart. Is it 20 minutes? Yeah, it's about 20 minutes apart.
It's like 20, 30 minutes apart. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but that's on purpose.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's close by. Yeah.
Well, the other location was slightly closer, but the way it just kind of worked out is it's only 20 minutes. It's a short Uber.
I can get an Uber, yeah.
And so, to DebateCon. And so to get a location that could hold enough people and everything that we needed, it was to get near because James picked the airport Hilton again, or not even Hilton. It's the Holiday Inn, I think.
Yeah.
It's like, that's terrible, man. Don't do that.
It's like right by the airport grid.
Yeah.
Like,
He always
convenient, super convenient.
Yeah, always does that.
And convention centers are expensive. I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to too, right?
Dude, he could have got the venue that I got. That guy would have done 3 days for probably $2,500.
Wow.
It's way cheaper than you think, because I think most people think that the 2 days for DebateCon should run like $5,000 or $6,000 in venue cost, but no, it's not that much. He could have had several venues that were nicer, more appropriate, more professional for less money.
Man.
But the problem is, it's not throwing shade at James. James has a very specific way of working. I understand that. So the thing is that I told him to check the colleges. Hey, fuck it button. Fuck
Shout
it
out to
button.
him.
Yeah, send him $5. Just got here in bad time. 25 now. You can order the burger with bacon and extra cheese. That's true. Like a McDonald's is expensive now. I don't eat it anymore, but if I did, the speakers are what's expensive. And so I told James, I said, look, go to the college. I gave him like 4 or 5 colleges. Go to the colleges. They all have venues that they allow you to reserve with enough notice, which he had months of notice. It's very cheap or free, right? And he, for whatever reason, the person who looked into it said that they were all too expensive, which is shocking to me, but okay.
Would they have to let the students come by?
Yeah, they would, but that's a bonus. Having students be a part of it's even better, right? That increases your count, and that way, when the camera pans over the crowd, you don't have 30 people sitting there. You have, you have the 30 DebateCon people, and then all of these students, right? And it looks full, right? So, this is a bonus to me. So I don't know. I unfortunately, when I was scouting locations, I would have gotten locations like what I got for my venue for James for a low cost, had he not kind of, he had very specific kind of things that he wanted. If I known he was just going to go back to a convention center again, it would have been a different story. But it is what it is what it is. It's going to be great no matter what.
Also, I think James kind of gives the establishment or like a convenience to people just people that are there with, it's the airport, the hotel, they're so close by, the shuttle is free and stuff like that.
I hate airport convention centers. They're cheap. They look bad. They don't look good on video. They're not professional.
I know what you mean, but a lot of them do that, Grid. Like,
okay, not organizations that charge hundreds of dollars for tickets.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Okay, but like, for example, the Destiny.
Free, I agree with you, but it's not free. It's expensive. When it's expensive, there's a you know, there is a method to the madness of venue is important.
Mm-hmm.
Image is important. When you know, the venue that I have, you know, that you've seen the pictures of it.
Oh, I know. It's nice. Dude, it's awesome.
It
so much culture with the rock. Yeah.
It conveys the image that I want, which is that it's very me, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's just
very
manly,
American,
it's masculine, it's all of the things that would say me. Now, if I were James, I would, you know, there's a right near the convention center. It's probably another 10 minutes tops, maybe 5.
Mm-hmm.
There's another venue that's owned by, I believe it's owned by Nashville. It's owned by the city that they rent out. It is total professional. I mean, modern, urban, think, you know, lawyer convention, right?
Wow.
Like it's really nice. It's like $1,500 a day.
Wow.
And which, I mean,
well, I mean, like you're doing one day, so 1,500, I guess, is not too crazy. But if you're doing multiple
days for a venue is cheap.
Okay.
He covers his cost 10 people. I mean,
yeah. And so it's, you know, and again, when I look at things in my world, it's always been you're either pro or you are not pro. And if you're going to do something on a level, it needs to be pro. I don't come up, I will miss a show if my stage is wrong, if my light isn't fucking working, if my computer's fucking up, I will just not do it.
You're go big or go home mentality.
Kind of. Well, it's do it right.
Do it right. But even like a college campus, like getting a lecture hall, that looks professional. Like not modern debates. What is the one they did the IQ debates or whatever? They do those in college auditoriums and whatnot, and they did really well with that. I think, you know, that's just a step above. Like he throws it in a convention hall and like throws a background. I mean, it's
right. Yeah, and it's just not. It's too cheap. And it probably costs the same. The sad part is renting the Holiday Inn space is probably the same as if he rented a nicer venue, or there's not a ton of difference in price. So again, I just have a very specific way that I need things to be. Brother, I went out today and I bought a PC specifically for this event. I bought monitors specifically for this event because I bought new microphones specifically for this event because not that my stuff isn't cool, but I don't have 2 of them. I don't have 3 of them. I need 3 microphones. I got to have, you know, I'm not going to dismantle my entire studio and transport it to Nashville. It's easier for me just to buy 3 monitors and a desk and just do a setup there. And then I'll give it to my kid to play video games on.
Yeah.
I'm not taking my tower PC to Nashville. It's mine. It's got all my stuff on it. Do I want to, you know, just security wise, why would I want to put that in a public place?
Hey, Grid, by the way, how far away are you to the venue and stuff?
My house? I'm 35 minutes. 45
minutes. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, you're super close. That's great.
Yeah. Under an hour in the worst traffic.
And it's so good. Dude, honestly, what you're doing is so fucking great. You're giving a lot of opportunity to like low tier debaters like myself to kind of go in there. Even Rob Noor is going to go in there and debate, etc. Like that's a great event, man. Yeah. I really appreciate that, dude.
Yeah, and we're going to have like Corinth is going to be there. Adam Dole is supposed to be there. And he might actually debate. Now he doesn't like to get on camera. So he's very private. Adam Dole's like one of the best debaters like you've never
Is he like a no-face streamer? Or?
So you'll see him. He uses avatars. He'll get on to Andrew. When Andrew used to do call-ins at the end of his debates, Adam Dole would get on there and he would ask like really, really good questions
Hmm.
of the guy. He's a great. He's just a really, really good debate
Yeah.
guy. He's
So
Mr.
top-
over on. He used to go by Adam Dole. Now he goes by Mr. C or something
Mhm.
in the Crucible.
Right.
So
So a
he's-
top tier guy.
Yeah, he's a top tier guy that you've never heard of. Like you'll and he may or may not actually debate, but if he does, it's going to be epic.
Wow.
Because it'll be really good. Whoever debates.
Do you have plans if he does do it? Do you have plans on who?
We're working, man.
Okay.
We're working, man. So
No.
I've got Tom Foolery is going to be there. Beth and Tyler are going to do a debate, which I hope is good. Beth
and Tyler. Okay.
Yeah, Beth is kind of. Beth worries me.
I've never thought of Beth as Beth is very energetic. Like Beth is very passionate. So
Well, it'll be interesting to see people live. Like that's actually the fun
Yeah,
part too. Of the debate
that's the
time.
fun part.
It's
Yeah.
hard to debate live. It's easy
It
to
is.
hide behind this camera in my
Yeah,
room.
that's exactly what I'm
That's
getting
true.
at. Like Beth might be a completely different personality. Like I met so many online personalities. You meet them in person, and they're the most introverted, shy people you could see.
Yeah.
And so you might get
Yeah,
that.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Well, fair enough. No, I can tell, but
I'm exactly the same person.
And Grid, I'll tell you this, like I did IRL debates with like Destiny, and
Yeah.
I was super nervous with that.
Yeah.
Like but I will tell you this, once I started getting to the groove of that, the first minute or so, opening statements,
It all goes away.
it was natural for me.
Yeah.
Like it felt good. So I assume it's going to be similar to that. Probably not so much with Destiny. He's high tier. So if I can do it with Destiny, I think I could do it with like tomfoolery or whatever.
Tom's a good debater. Like he is, he's very good, and he is. While he is a leftist, he can very comfortably play middle of the road. Very
Yeah. I
'Cause
think
I've seen him
Tom,
call Destiny out. I've seen him call
yeah.
bunch of people out when they're like Fatty. He tore Fatty up on Fatty's own channel one night.
Oh wow.
Because Fatty was being all leftist and Tom as a leftist was calling him out on his bullshit.
I like to. Oh, okay, here's the thing. I don't think of Tom as a retarded leftist.
Right.
So that's why I'm kind of looking forward.
A tactical leftist.
So I'll tell you this, Grid. Like your debate and with Rob Noor with the left versus right thing, it was so chaotic. It was stupid. It's not even worth fucking really going into because you guys didn't really dive into the nuance of a lot of this stuff because it was so much fucking interrupting. I don't expect that with Tom. I think Tom is a guy that's gonna actually be good faith. I hope so, anyways. And
I think so. So we got. I think I'm gonna. So right now the card is Rob Noor and Tom Foolery.
Oh,
and they're
nice.
going to debate. I think they're going to do left versus right violence, but I think we're probably going to change that because we've just done that so much lately. But we'll see.
Okay.
And then we're going to have Fabian Liberty versus Corinth on social. It's a really good topic. Let me see if I can find it.
Fabian Liberty. You've talked about this guy several times.
Yeah, he is legit. Like he's an ANCAP. He's very philosophical. Like if you're going to do a philosophical debate, you want anybody but Fabian Liberty because Fabian will wreck you.
Well, if it's ANCAP philosophy,
especially ANCAP.
Yeah.
Well, he knows all of the different.
He knows all of it. Yeah.
Grid. The thing is, you have to fill up 12 hours of content.
Well, it's really going to only be about 10 because we're going to get there at 10 a.m. We're going to set up. We got to do the sound check. We got to make sure everything's great.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have lunch served probably around 1 o'clock, and then, we might fire up at 11.
Okay.
But it's going to be. It depends on how much help I have and how much stuff we got going on. It's just going to be. And I'm going to try and get there early. I think the building owner doesn't care when I get there. So if I can get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, but I mean, I've got a trailer load of stuff. I mean, we've got a computer desk that's got to go up. We've got a couch that we're going to put in. I've got chairs, tables. We got the entire 3 cameras, mics, to wire everything. I got to set everything up. Now I've tested everything, so everything works. But still got to put it all together. We have to run an Ethernet cable from downstairs up to upstairs, or I can use, and that should be enough internet. But if not, I've got Starlink. So, we'll have to set the Starlink up if we need it. I mean, I assume that it's going to take at least an hour, even with help, to get everything set up. Right. And,
Gotcha.
And that's with, like having 3 or 4 people to help carry things in. And
it's probably going to be past 11 then. Probably be like 12 or 1.
11 at the very earliest. I honestly don't think we'll kick a debate off until noon. And then it'll be like probably 2-hour debates. So it'll be noon till 2, and then a short break, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, and then, go to 4, and then go to 6, 8, 10, and then that's 5. It's 5 debates. So
what? Yeah, it's 5 debates. Okay. 15, 20, 25. That will cover 10 hours, right? With 5 debates.
Yeah, and we'll have little side debates as well. Plus, we'll have, I think Tom Fuller is going to do some man in the crowd stuff when he's not debating, and then we've got, I've got a GoPro that will that can do Wi-Fi with DJI mics so I could have a man in the crowd going around and talking to people. I mean, there's just a ton of stuff going on. So,
nice.
Okay. So one question, at the last modern day debate event, like James is very strict. He's like, he doesn't want crowd noise. And I think that that's actually detrimental. I mean, I can understand if it gets out of hand, but I think
he used shitty mics. So in theory, my mics won't pick up anything on that side. Like right now, I have a speaker right here that is loud. Like I can hear you guys very clearly, and my mic doesn't pick it up.
That's crazy to me. Yeah.
Well, it's just understanding sound.
I know. Yeah. I don't do it that way. I have headphones, Grid. So like it's super simple with my setup. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so I mean, I have a speaker here and a speaker there and a subwoofer underneath. And I have amazing sound, and you guys never hear it.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah. So it's just all in the setup, right? So I don't think that I'll have any issues. Now I do have a PA system for downstairs. The upstairs. So the other thing is that if you're upstairs watching the debates, I don't think you can hear anything going on downstairs at all. Like we could be having a big ass party down there, and I don't think you could hear it. So the Fabian Liberty's most likely topic is socialism is a primary cause of all gender issues.
That's so Fabian.
I don't know who would take up that debate though.
Like it's just like all the philosophy. Well, and of course he's debating Corinth, who's a sophist, and who's like, he's just going to be like, prove it.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one. I think he can handle Corinth. He's pretty good at, like, I mean, look at you brought up what's his name, Prime, and Scott's very good at handling Prime, even when Prime goes Super Saiyan. Whatever, Super Retard Saiyan, I don't know what it's called.
Hey, Grid, by the way, I think it's Fabian Liberty, the one that you're talking about. Is that his YouTube channel that I just looked up?
Yes, it's Fabian Liberty's YouTube channel. He goes by Scott. So Fabian is like the Fabian Society over in England. And so
he's a white guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he's very white.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to see if you want to see something funny, you guys weren't here for this. This is just great. So I'm going to share this with you because this is what everybody wonders how I have so much patience and how I can deal with like all of this nonsense that I deal with. Well, this is why. Okay. Let me show you right now. Let me, hold on. I goofed up. Sorry. My bad. All right.
Isn't this a set of perverse incentives for capital, right? Like the only reason they can buy these Blackwood's company, right, is because there's a bunch of debt, right? They do it through debt financing, and they get Blackwood's company to buy to make the loan. So
Chuck in
Blackwood's
Tennessee,
company at
that's
first was
exactly fraud.
profitable, but now it's underwater because now it has to service all these loans that the new owners are forced it to buy. Right?
Well, let me give you a real world example of that very thing.
Don't let me please.
I mean, if you want the answer to the fucking question, I'll answer the fucking question.
Hold on. I want to say the question.
Fine.
I'm going to say it, and then I would love to hear what you have to say. I want to hear what all you have to say. Anyway,
you don't want an answer, Prime. You're just sitting there preaching. I will give you the fucking answer. I can give you a real world example.
Right? I want to say the question, and then I want the answer. Right? So listen.
You've asked the question.
No, I haven't.
All right.
No, I haven't.
No way you did that.
30 minutes. Just listening to him. Yeah, so most of what you described is called fraud, and you don't front load in as a buyer. You can't front load in profit. No bank will allow that to happen. I deal with companies. I literally buy companies, and that's not how any of that shit works. It's like I'm just sitting there drinking my fucking drink because it's gonna take forever for him to get to his fucking point. And it's like that's real, by the way. Emmett literally just fast forwarded. Like that's like 30 minutes of me just going, let's get to the fucking point.
He really ranted on there, Grid. You let him talk.
I'm just like,
yep. Prime's the type of guy. Prime's the type of guy that will argue against you that poor people are poor because they don't understand money.
While he will admit and then say he doesn't understand money.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny because both Scott and Grid have like tried to walk him through it so many times. And he I don't know. He's taking a while to get it, I guess. I don't know.
Who is that guy?
Prime Kai. He used to. So he was big into the Twitch debate scene. So
him and Dylan Burns used to be partners in a debate show. And when Dylan was doing the hippy dippy hour or whatever he called it, and then they had a falling out over a girl.
Yep.
And Prime's never really recovered from that. No. And now he's so it's funny because like I feel bad that I've dropped below 40 viewers for the last couple of streams. Right? Like I'm like, man, what the fuck?
Well, Grid, every time you do your debate stuff, I've seen it. Like you're above that 40 viewers.
Yeah, we were hitting in the 80 to 100 range.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. Yeah,
but I feel bad if I drop down below 40 tonight. We're like, right now we're like 20, 21, whatever, and which is fine. There's a shit ton of stuff going on tonight. It's totally
not only that, Grid. You have to realize like people, they tune into shows that maybe are a little bit more,
angst filled,
right? With debates and stuff like that. Yeah.
Calm. Yeah. But so I feel bad about that, but Prime, I thought Prime was getting like 60, 80, 100, 200 viewers on Twitch. And that's why I agreed to go on his show, because I assumed that it would help me.
Right.
I was wrong. He gets like 10, 15 people. Like,
yeah.
Isn't that still pretty good on Twitch? Like Twitch is
Twitch has dropped off tremendously. Yeah. Like Rob gets 3. At this point, he gets 3.
Yeah, I think Rob's getting more, but yeah, I mean, and so
on YouTube, Rob gets fucking like 400 or
400,
like 200, 300.
Well,
yeah.
Brand, if you're asking for a part-time job, we may need to talk because I don't have time to run ads on fucking Reddit, man. I did interfere with my golf game, and so I mean, I'm just be honest about it, right? But so I think it's a real. I mean, I thought Prime was helping me, but the reality is I'm helping Prime. So I treat last couple of shows. I just gave zero. Like you saw, like I'm like, I'll answer the fucking question now. Like I gave zero fucks. I'm not being polite to him particularly or anything, and so I was just like, I'm not doing it. Yeah. And so if I'm helping somebody else's channel more than they're helping me, then that's a problem, right? Like I'm still relatively new, so. But yeah, he's crazy, dude. Like he's a rabid lefty. Like literally, is
he one of those like literally black people deserve reparations lefty?
He probably does. He literally believes that rich people should not be rich.
Okay. This guy's he's Zamboni.
He literally believes that the politicians don't actually control the company, that oligarchs like me control.
Oh yeah, you're definitely an oligarch.
Yeah,
First off, I love the oligarchs, man. They're the ones that pay the most taxes.
Right. And I told him, so he got me one night, he got me going one night because he's like, he thinks that the richest people should have to pay more taxes. I'm like, how much more do you want me to fucking pay, Prime?
Bro.
Like I literally now this year I won't, but last year I paid $240,000 in fucking taxes, man. You know how many people I could pay? How many salaries I could pay with $240,000?
4 families.
Right.
Yeah. Damn, Grid.
Yeah. And you want me to think you want me to believe that the government can do a better job with that money? Seriously?
Yeah, they're giving it out to fucking like transgender surgeries and shit. Yeah. Grid, that's a lot of fucking money in taxpayers, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was held enough that they had to refund me $98,000.
Okay, so here's the fun fact I always like to throw at people: the tax to rich. If you took there's about 400 billionaires in the United States, a little bit more than that. If you took every penny that they own, like every dollar, that
you wouldn't change a shit. You wouldn't change shit.
You fund the government for about 9 to 10 months.
Oh yeah, basically wouldn't change shit though.
It doesn't change shit. It did. Yeah. And so this whole idea that we can tax more people and get more money and that'll solve everybody's problems is just the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Another interesting conversation I had with a lefty was he sitting there saying, like, talking about, we need to pay these taxes to help out people, and I'm like, well, no, that's not really working out very well. And he's like, oh, well, I care about people. I'm like, no, you don't. And he's like, what are you talking about? And it's like, if you really cared about people, you'd care about the $1,000 you're taking away from 330 Americans in order to pay those 400 people that you care so much about. And like, they had no answer.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just one of those things. It's just crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
People like, honestly, I didn't really think that people like Prime existed.
Grid, bro.
They honestly believe.
You ever seen Shank Uger? Shank Uger is like fucking that guy is something else, Grid.
Yeah.
You know that. Well, anyways, I got to get off already, Grid.
Yeah, I got to go. I got to get out of here.
But real quick,
I see Lindsay out there. If hold on, wait, this is if you were rich, you wouldn't brag about it, and you wouldn't be here. You ain't that rich.
Okay,
that's true. Actually, Grid does not brag about his money, to be honest.
Not at all.
Unless they're talking about
having to pay a bunch of fucking
exactly. He's bitching about how he's rich.
I bellyache about how much.
But real quick, just FYI, before I leave off, free Palestine. I'm all about the Muslims. Love the Muslims. Do the Muslim takeover. Hate the Jews. All that shit. Like what I was being accused of. It's all good, guys. It's all good.
I just asked you a question. I didn't say that that's what you were.
Well, you did state I am. What was it? Pro-Palestine or some shit like that. I'm just saying, give grace. At the end of the day, guys, God bless everybody. You know, we do have to give grace to our brothers and sisters. And yes, I am rude. Yes, I am. Yes, I've been drinking. I do all these things, but give grace to me as well. It is what it is. But Grid, yeah, I'm already gonna take out. I got church in the morning.
Yeah, I got to get out of here. I don't generally stream on Sundays either. So we'll see you guys Monday afternoon for the day shift, and it'll be cool.
Yes. Fuck yeah.
And you guys have a great rest of your evening and a great weekend. See you. I'm out of here.